Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The conference will start now. Please be seated. Thank you.
Hello, hello. These are the three students. Who would have said?
Who would have known?
Two of them graduated, but they just graduated.
Okay. I guess we are ready to begin the second day of the conference. Thanks everybody for coming here. I see a lot of happy faces. I don't know whether because you're excited at the idea of the conference or because Morocco won the game yesterday. So we are today. We're going to have a half of a day of a conference in the afternoon, some social activities. We're going to start with the reward. Giovanni, this has been shut down, so I don't know exactly how to make it work. So we're going to start with the award to the students that we give every MENA academic conference. Sorry for the voice. I lost it yesterday at the stadium. I was cheering for Morocco, of course. And then we're going to close. We're going to continue with the policy panel. And then we're going to close with the session, the last session of the conference on monetary and fiscal policies. I guess for the best graduate student paper award, Jihad, are you going to give the award, I guess? So you want to come to the podium. Thanks a lot.
Good morning, and I hope you had a very nice evening. And for those who were watching the match, short night, but it was a hell of a very nice match. Congratulations for Morocco, Madame la Ministre. We had a very nice discussion yesterday, and thank you very much for a very interesting keynote speech. But I would say this is the nicest moment and the most rewarding moment of the conference. Because this year, for those who are assisting for the first time, when we started last year, we decided, and we had a short time that this year we will have a call for papers for young researchers. And we received 300 papers. And among the 300 papers, we were supposed to choose one winner. And honestly, the quality of the papers were so good that we decided to have a winner, but also to reward two other very, very good papers. Why we're doing this? Because we believe that part of the dialogue that we are having, and thanks to the young researchers here, the quality of the interaction, had something different. And we felt that exposing the young researchers to this group of policymakers, also something that would be for them, for their future, hopefully beneficial. Without any further ado, I would like to start by giving the award for the winner to Bailey, who had a very nice presentation yesterday. I think this is the one. Congratulations, Professor, because Bailey has already an assignment as assistant professor.
At the University of Illinois.
Okay, therefore, thank you very, very much. As those who were here yesterday, the research that Bailey did focused on one of the most pressing issues, which is what we are all struggling in order to find a solution for after decades of thinking, is how to create more jobs. And I think this the research we saw yesterday on the role of the private sector in creating jobs was very interesting, with a very nice quality of research. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We also wanted to thank and reward Nadia for an excellent work. Nadia is a PhD from Colombia. She was graduated this year. Congratulations. Nadia worked on trade, and her work focused on export subsidy and how export subsidy can support firm accessing markets. Nadia did a very interesting paper, and I think the paper has been very much appreciated by the team, and I would like to offer you this recognition. Ayman, please come here. Ayman is a PhD candidate at University of Mannheim, and Ayman worked on Egypt qualifying industrial zone. He did a study that focused on trade agreements and how trade agreements can help access markets, especially what are the specific production requirements for that. Ayman, your research has been very much appreciated by the team.
Thank you.
And I would like to congratulate you.
Thank you.
And may you have bright future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations to the winners. Moving forward to our first policy panel on rethinking MENA integration in a fast-changing global environment. For this session, I would like to invite Her Excellency, Madam Minister Nadia Fattah Alaoui, Ms. Rania El Mashat, Mr. Hassan Al Hassan, Mr. Andres Valesco.
Good morning, everyone. And again, Madame la Ministre, merci beaucoup de prendre le temps ce matin après une nuit très, très intense hier, et félicitations pour le Maroc. Let me start, first of all, by expressing our deep appreciation for the University Mohammed VI Polytechnic University and for the government of Morocco and for Rabat. We had a very nice 2 days yesterday and the day before yesterday. And our program continues today, started with a very nice ceremony of reward for young researchers. And now we're moving to the policy dialogue. Let me say a few words on that front. First of all, we have heard yesterday during the 3 sessions how the region has been subjected to a series of shocks. Over the last 6 years, the region and the world has faced 5 successive shocks. COVID-19, 2021, 22, the war in Ukraine and impact on inflation and prices, 2023, the Gaza war and the closure of the Bab el-Mandeb, and in February this year, the war in the extended MENA. 5 shocks in 6 years that have had a strong impact on the economies of the region. It's very interesting that despite those shocks, we saw that countries have been able to respond quickly and to address some of the issues that those shocks have inflicted on us. However, those shocks also revealed certain number of challenges that countries are facing. Challenges in order to stabilize the economy in the short term. And this is also something that we saw over the years, that governments have been able to develop a new or more calibrated policies to address those shocks, but also revealed certain number of vulnerabilities. We are going in this session to discuss those issues. And also we are going in this session not only to reflect on the immediate development, but also on the medium and long-term priorities. And for that, we have 4 distinguished speakers here around the panel. And allow me, I need to get my notes. Yes. And we are going to use this hour in order to reflect on those priorities. We're not only going to reflect on the policies that are needed to address the issues, but also reflect on what will be the future, starting from how countries have been responding to this trade shock, and what does it mean for the region, and also how artificial intelligence and the imperative of connectivity is going to impact the future of the economy. For that, we have, as I mentioned, 4 distinguished speakers that will share their views, starting from Her Excellency, Minister of Finance of Morocco, Madame Nadia Fattah. Minister, you have been now in government for 8 years, 7 years, with recently the position of Minister of Economy and Finance, but before that you were Minister of Tourism and Minister of Air Transport and Social Economy. Before that, you had a long and successful career in the private sector. We have also Rania Al-Mashat. Rania, congratulations for your recent appointment. Rania has been appointed as the UN Under-Secretary General and Executive Secretary for ASQA. Before that, she served Minister in Egypt for 8 years. Different portfolios: tourism, international cooperation and planning, economic development and international cooperation. And she was also Deputy Governor of Central Bank of Egypt, and also she was a colleague at the IMF. I would also be delighted to introduce Hassan Al-Hassan, Senior Fellow at the Middle East Policy at the International Institute for Strategic Studies. Previously, he was a senior analyst and also expert in foreign policy and part of the Crown Prince staff in Bahrain. Last but not least, on my right, Andre Velasco, Dean of the School of Public Policy at the London School of Economics and Political Science. I believe that everybody yesterday was extremely enjoyed your keynote, and we would like to have your views, I would say, beyond the region, how you see those issues. Professor Velasco has also a very rich experience combining policy making, Minister of Finance in Chile between 2006 and 2010, and then went to academia at Harvard Kennedy School of Government, Columbia University, and now leading at LSE, the School of Public Policy. Let me start with you, Minister. Clearly, this shock has been one of the most asymmetric in nature. Countries in the Middle East, although they may be sharing the same economic structure or being in the same economic zone, but they were exposed differently to this shock, both because of their trade linkages, because of their energy dependence, and in certain cases because of their remittances flows. You have been managing more than one shock in the last few years. How do you think ministers of finance should calibrate fiscal response under this deep uncertainty? And how you use policies in order to balance, on one hand, targeted supports, but also on the other hand, preserving the macroeconomic stability?
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm really glad to be here, and thank you for this initiative of having us gathering in the MENA region. I think we've been across so many crises, but what is more important is the ambition and the future, and I'm so glad we are having this type of conversation with peers and with deans of great schools and policy institute. I'm starting having some kind of expertise of managing crisis, because you mentioned, Jihad, that I was a Minister of Tourism, but I was Minister of Tourism without tourists. And then finance with different crises. So what is sure is that a Minister of Finance in these days can definitely not, I would say, prevent from any crisis or make any projection, but definitely has to prepare for resilient answers to all of them. As of Morocco, and this is the experience we can share, I would like maybe to insist on 3 lessons. The first one is about people, actually, is having the right answers, quick answers for people, but keep a room for adapt and to adapt and to be agile and not to ruin, actually, the ambition and the future. So there is a non-negotiable floor, which is food security, health coverage, direct money transfer for the more vulnerable. But at the same time, we have to preserve the so-called buffers, fiscal buffers for the future. So the temptation of the government to come with solutions to satisfy the population that don't understand what it is happening to them, what they are short of money after 3 weeks and I cannot go until the end of the month to go to the markets. So really the idea is that any fiscal measures needs to be targeted and in the time of the crisis, because it can be seen as some kind of a political contract. And I can tell you, in this particular crisis, the temptation was huge because election is happening from 8 months from now. So I give a simple example on energy prices, because we are importer of fossil fuel, and unfortunately, but I can tell you what we are doing for the future and what is happening now. So our choice was to say we have to support public transport, good transport, but we resisted any change on VAT on the, I would say, the oil prices. Actually, it would have been very easy, because the additional resources we got from the higher prices in the customs, it would have been 20 Moroccan dirham, census of Moroccans to give back to the population, and then we would have been very, I would say, very popular. But we resisted on saying we need to have targeted measures and really timely measures. The second point that is important is the reforms. Many reforms were technically prepared, but politically difficult. So we didn't stop the reforms and we continued the massive reform because you cannot be preparing for the resilience during the crisis. You need the foundation, and Morocco had the foundation, but we built another layer of this foundation. And third, trust and credibility. This is a big asset that we have today, because the markets, likes numbers, figures, trajectory. And we were able to show that despite these measures, fiscal measures, investment in reform, we were able also to have strong public finances to allow for this reform. So definitely tough times for the ministers of economy and finance, for government to tackle this crisis, but building these trusts is really important, and bringing the other answer needed immediately by the populations, which is care, which is results, which is strong public services.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. I have follow-up questions, but let me maybe move to something that is more global. Clearly, in this time, we see that smaller economy or developing countries and large economies or advanced economies are sharing the same problems. They are sharing the issue of structural reconfiguration of trade. Also, they are faced with the same challenges in terms of macroeconomic policy frameworks. And also, they need to deal with structural transformations. AI is one, but also there are several others. Yesterday, during your keynote, we listened to, I would say, 10 policy recommendations or policy or priorities that you have shared with us. I would like you to take a bit more focus on low and middle income countries. And from your experience as policymaker and now as professor, how do you see the priorities in this new world of rapid transformation and a period of high level of uncertainty?
Good morning, everybody. Go. Good morning. Very honored and pleased to be part of this distinguished panel. Congratulations, Minister, for having resisted the temptation of lowering VAT on fuels. It is always something that is demanded during a price increase, but it's bad policy. It takes courage to avoid that bad policy. So kudos and congratulations to you. I think we like to talk about inequality, but there is one sense in which equality in the world is settling in, meaning regardless of size, we all face the same problems. Or put differently, if you're small, you can still win in the World Cup. And as you correctly put it, we're all being buffeted by similar shocks. And these shocks are coming more often. They are sticking around for longer. And there are old shocks. You know, we've dealt with price increases of commodities before, but they're new shocks. And there are two in particular that I want to focus on. One is the growing fragmentation of world trade, and of course, the other one is technology. Let me begin with world trade. One thing that I said in passing last night, but which I would like to underscore, is that we know today with more certainty than we did 25 or 30 years ago that the gains from international trade are real, they're large. And therefore, other things equal, an open economy is better than a closed economy. The fund has been saying that for a while, and the fund is absolutely right. At the same time, we have learned not only that trade has winners and losers, but also that trade can be used as a political tool. I was always a big student of Albert Hirschman, whom I quoted last night. But of course, not only did he write about paradigms, he wrote the definitive, no, not quite the definitive, the pioneering work on the uses of trade for political purpose in a book in the 1940s called National Power and the Structure of Foreign Trade. So I think the challenge for all countries, and particularly for smaller, middle, and low-income countries, is to balance, on the one hand, the benefits of trade, while at the same time minimizing the vulnerabilities that come from being dependent on certain trading partners for certain things. I was at a conference organized by the Bank of Spain 2 or 3 weeks ago, and the phrase that you heard most was choke points. We have learned that trade can be used quite successfully to choke you. And a quick list of areas where countries are vulnerable to being choked is A, we can lose access to export markets. B, we can lose access to critical inputs that we import, including, if you have a manufacturing base, critical minerals. But that's not the end of the story. I heard countries worrying about the fact that all of their companies have all their information in the cloud. And the cloud is run out of a country which on Monday may like you, and on Tuesday may decide they don't like you anymore. I heard central bankers worrying that their payment systems relies on clearing internationally, and that, one day my Visa card may work in one country, and the next day my Visa card may not work in a given country. One day my banks may be able to get letters of credit for exports, but the next day you might not. I also heard ministers of finance worrying about access to satellites, access to telecoms, access to computing of one kind or another. So in a nutshell, we need to carry on exporting, especially if you're a small country. Clearly, we're not going to become prosperous by selling stuff just to the people in our immediate neighborhood. We need to be able to sell things to the world, but we need to be a great deal more conscious of how it is that we secure certain things without which our economy will not run. Exports, imports, payments, comms, technology. On AI, very quickly, let me put it this way. In my job as Dean of the LSE, I hosted 2 talks recently, which left me thinking. On one day, I hosted Reid Hoffman, one of the founders of OpenAI, one of the leading technologists in the world, a man who before that founded PayPal, clearly, a huge voice in Silicon Valley. And Reid Hoffman told an audience like this one, prepare because the world will be entirely different. Your occupations will be upended. The jobs that you have today will no longer be around. The world economy will be reconfigured. Prepare for a revolution. A week later, in the same room, sitting on the same chair, I hosted Daron Acemoglu from Turkey, Nobel Prize winner, another absolutely brilliant man who said, it's a bit of a hype. It will only affect certain kinds of jobs, certain kinds of tasks. It'll be slow in coming. Relax. I'm lucky to be friends with both of those guys. I respect them hugely. I just don't know which one of the two to believe. And as usual, I suspect the truth is somewhere in the middle. Let me finish with one thought. I have a colleague at the LSE who just last week published a book on the labor market impact of AI, and the book is called Messy Jobs. The author is a man from Spain called Garicano. And he has one big insight, and I will mention it and then stop. What is a messy job? A messy job is one that combines a lot of tasks. Madam Minister of Finance is a technical expert. She must be, capable of sitting, and I'm sure you are capable of sitting through very technical meetings in which your advisors discuss taxation, but you're also a communicator. You're also a manager of large teams. You're also a politician. You carry out many different tasks. I am pretty sure the job of Minister of Finance is not going to be replaced by an algorithm. On the other hand, there are many jobs which consist of only one task or two tasks. They're repetitive, and the machines are much better than humans at that. So the advice that we need to give our young people is look for messy jobs, which is exactly the opposite, of course, of the advice we were giving young people 5 years ago. We were saying, become a programmer, specialize in programming, you will always have a job. That seems to have been wrong. Programming was not messy enough.
Thank you very much. Let me ask you a follow-up question. If today you are called to go back to your job as Minister of Finance.
Not under the current government of Chile, for sure.
Well, let's for a second, okay, think of that. You choose the government, but how you would drive your ministry and how you navigate between addressing some of those shocks that are compounded by the fact that uncertainty is high and the competition is really accelerating. And how for an economy like the Chilean economy, not part of the hegemons, you would navigate the short term and also allow your economy to be ready for the medium-term transformation. What would you do differently than what you did in the past, and what you do differently than what others are doing?
Oh, I'm sure we did everything right in the past. We wouldn't change anything. No, seriously. Look, that's a very big and open question, and I've spoken too much, so let me just put two thoughts on the table. The first one is, and again, this has been said, but it needs underscoring, you need fiscal space. In a world in which we're being hit by shocks all the time, you need to preserve the ability to borrow in bad times. That is fundamental. And as I said yesterday, it's not a conservative thought, it's a very progressive thought. Because if you don't have that fiscal space, you cannot do the kinds of things that the minister was telling us about. You cannot provide support to companies, you cannot provide cash transfers to households. All of that is cash, and you need to find the cash somewhere. You either have the savings in a fund, or you have access to markets. Once you lose those two, all the rest is really ornamental. That would be my first bit of advice. The second one is, and this is a trade issue, how you find your way in a world that is increasingly fragmenting into blocks. I'll give you an example from my own country, because I certainly don't feel qualified to give you an example from this region. By far, the largest trading partner of Chile is China. Chile is the biggest producer of copper in the world. Last year, we sold 74% of our copper to China. 74. And we're the biggest producer of lithium in the world. And about 70% of our lithium goes to China. And therefore, clearly, Chile is not going to break away from China. On the other hand, Chile was building two underwater cables. One underwater cable built by Google from East Asia, and another underwater cable built by a Chinese company. Not only did the United States government tell Chile that we couldn't build that cable, the United States saw fit to ban the Minister of Transport and Telecommunications from the United States, remove his visa, and remove the visas of all his family, including a daughter who's studying at the University of California, Berkeley. Okay. So we're a Pacific country. We would like to have more than one cable connecting us to Asia. We have one already. We wanted a second. Well, the White House decided that could not be done. Navigating your way in these kinds of circumstances is something that every single one of them, of us, is going to have to do. It's not easy, but then again, being a minister was never easy, right, Minister?
Thank you very much. Let me now turn to Rania. Rania, the recent crisis brought back few keywords. One is the need for connectivity, the need for resilience, and the need for regional integration. And this is the time then you are in a position that is at the center of that. You now leading a regional organization that has as a mission to bring together countries in this part of the world. How do you see the priorities in terms of regional cooperation on the economic front? And how do you see the ways and mechanisms to strengthen this, both in terms of collaboration and cooperation between government and also on the institutional level?
Well, thank you very much. And it's, congratulations on the second year of this conference. And as was mentioned yesterday by Jihad and Karim, it's really intellectual infrastructure for the region. And this is very, very important. I've been sitting here all day yesterday. Great papers, fantastic discussions, not a single data set or reference of ESCWA. So I hope when I attend the conference next year, we would have been able, through our knowledge products and our narrative, to see more of what we do for the region, from the region, actually mentioned by those who study the region. So this is just a sort of a target, if you will, that came to mind from the fantastic discussions that we had yesterday. Let me maybe explain in a sentence or two what ESCWA is, also for everybody who's here. The UN has 5 regional commissions. This happens to be the regional commission that serves 21 member states. These 21 member states are the GCC countries, North Africa, the Levant, Somalia, Djibouti. So it's all the countries in the Arab League except Comoros. So we intersect with many of the departments at the IMF or at the World Bank that look at the region, but there are 21 member states. The other thing is we do not provide financing, so we are not providers of assistance, but we have a convening role, bringing ministers on different topics, and we also provide technical assistance. We have analytics and data, and there's the policy angle, which leads me to answering your question, Jihad, on integration. Before that, what this crisis has done is brought to the forefront the concept of geography. Despite not being, for many countries, close to the region, everybody has been affected by what has happened to fertilizers, to food prices, and so forth. So this is a reality. Geography is back. Geography does make a difference. And as the minister mentioned, the uncertainty and the responses given the uncertainty have become very nonlinear. So the new normal for not just this region, but for all countries is uncertainty and nonlinearity. When people talk about regional integration for this particular region, it is not a new concept. And the region has been connected beyond treaties. We have people who are integrated. We have a lot of people working in countries, sending back remittances. And this is, again, social protection in action. We have a very vibrant private sector that from Saudi Arabia is investing in the region. And we have Egyptian companies which are setting up businesses in the Gulf. So we have seen that there is integration that is through capital and through people already taking place. What we might be able to do is help the private sector a little bit more where they are unable to fiddle around with a few things. So that is another point that I wanted to make in terms of this region does see integration beyond treaties. The other point which is interesting for the region is that all of us share the exposure, for sure. When the shock happened, everybody got affected. But the response was different because there's asymmetry. There are the countries that have more buffers. There are ones that have less buffers. So this is one issue related to the region. And when we see some of the implications, some of them are very obvious, displacement in many areas, but also some of the results are that 1 in 3 children are never going to have left school. So this is like invisible implications from the exposure. And we also have that 1 in 7 firms have completely shut down. So these are facts that are not equally distributed in the region. So when we talk about regional integration, we have to have these sort of facts in mind. And when we say children out of school or firms that are out of business, this is going to have long-term implications, which is the output potential for some countries, which is again the collective when we talk about the region. The other element which is important is there are natural resources which go around, like 66% of water resources in the region cross borders before they are used by the people. So this means that regional public goods have a meaning. We are connected through grids, which we see between Egypt, Saudi, which we see between Jordan and Iraq. We have a gas pipeline which is going from Egypt to Jordan to Syria. So there is an element of integration that is taking place. And when we say the region, we should not, it's not necessarily the 21 are integrating in a certain way, but if we have a group or a coalition that are doing, that have shared common economic benefits, this to me is a narrative that we need to push forward. Yesterday in the sessions, the IMF was providing many, and I say the IMF because everybody was using data set from the IMF in a certain way, that the region is a connector. It's a connector in different aspects. But what we want to maybe leverage as ESCWA is to show, you know, Minister Velasco or Dean Velasco talked about telling a story. Having a regional narrative for the 21 member states under ESCWA, I believe, is creating an ambition. It is going beyond just the facts, but giving a story of we have been, despite the many shocks, despite the exposure, despite the asymmetry, able, groups of countries working together for the green transition, for delivering on jobs, and that is something that I want to be able to do in the period ahead. For those who know me as a minister, the word narrative is very close to my heart. And before leaving Egypt, I did the narrative on comprehensive development, and I thank the fund for mentioning it in the past report. This is what I want to do also for ESCWA, that the regional integration, as we think about it in the past, does not necessarily mean that the 21 have to always agree. But there is enough when it comes to the underpinning of common economic ground that makes it possible to create that ambition for the generations to come.
Thank you very much, Rania. I think it's a very nice segue to my question now to Hassan. What I would call the coalition of the willings. I think what the shock in the GCC showed that there is a clear coalition of the willings that in the GCC countries came together in order to share infrastructure, to share resources, in order to bring connectivity back. But yet, I think between yesterday and the discussion this morning, geoeconomic fragmentation came as one of the main challenges that the region has to deal with, a region that is at the crossroad. Especially for the GCC countries that have been, over the last 2 decades, not only developing their role as a connector in terms of trade routes and energy routes, but also in terms of services, financial services, trade, and also tourism. Therefore, this risk of fragmentation is something that is very much now ahead of any decision maker in the Gulf. And how should countries in the region, and starting with the Gulf, should reconcile between restoring this connectivity, but also, as many of those countries were planning and still is chartering the future. I think the countries in the GCC are among the most advanced in terms of investing in AI, in new technologies. How do you see the priorities going forward? And where do you see the region coming together, especially the GCC? And what are the implications of the recent shock on policymaking in the region?
Well, thank you very much, Jihad, for those questions. I won't repeat all of the thanks and congratulations, except to say that they're sincerely felt in the interest of time. So I think the Gulf states, as you correctly point out, I think the Gulf states are an interesting case study of how small and middle powers essentially carry out and conduct economic statecraft in an age of geoeconomic fragmentation. I think there are lessons to be learned that are generalizable beyond the GCC experience. I do think that in a sense, geoeconomic fragmentation, although I don't tend to buy into the block narrative. I know it's very popular in economic circles, but I think it's the block narrative. I think is an artifact of using UN voting patterns to try and infer geopolitical fault lines. I don't think that's a good idea. The UN is an animal of its own, and it tends to be a virtue signaling exercise. But beyond this slight parenthesis. In a sense, I think, yes, there are opportunities for agency for small and middle powers in an era of geopolitical polarization or geoeconomic fragmentation. And the Gulf states have, I think, as we've seen as well during the panels yesterday, demonstrated that in various ways. So, in a sense, there are gains to be made as connector economies. You could benefit from further inflows of FDI. You can essentially capitalize on trade diversion and so on. So there is an upside to be made by entrepreneurial small and middle powers in a time of geoeconomic fragmentation. There are obviously risks and challenges as well. You could upset and cross red lines that you didn't know exist by your main security partners. You could make decisions that are very difficult to reverse. Especially, for example, if you look at the case of AI, where your choice of AI stack is whether you go Chinese or American has very long-term consequences. So there are opportunities, but there are also obviously risks that are there. You could obviously, countries in the region and the Gulf states, perhaps sometimes more than others, obviously have levers of influence that they can exercise: capital abundance, energy abundance, geographic location, both in terms of proximity to markets, but also proximity to important trade routes and corridors. But I want to offer a cautionary tale from the recent war. And I think there are two important lessons that we need to be cognizant of in light of the recent conflict. The first is that what we think of as geoeconomic leverage can very quickly become a source of liability. In the sense that if you look at Iran's strategy throughout the conflict, Iran has very much weaponized the geoeconomic indispensability of the Gulf states, both to energy markets, to global petrochemical markets, to fertilizer markets, and so on, against the Gulf states, but against obviously the US and the rest of the global economy. So in a sense, it is very much this geoeconomic indispensability that the Gulf states had worked very hard to cultivate over decades that painted a big red target on their backs for Iran to exploit as part of its horizontal asymmetrical counter-escalation strategy vis-a-vis the US and Israel. And in fact, it turned out that the geopolitical and security assumptions of the Gulf states did not hold. In the Gulf, we thought that the region, because of decades-long investments in what I like to call Gulf bailout diplomacy, but also security partnerships cultivated with Europe, economic interdependencies cultivated with Asia, that these would essentially translate into a security and defense investment in favor of the Gulf states in times of conflict such as this one. Obviously, those assumptions did not hold true. The second point I think that's important to keep in mind is that the US, the change in the US's disposition has systemic consequences that apply obviously to the Gulf states in this context, but also more broadly. The US, I think we have to think of the evolution of the GCC-US relationship from a strategic partnership, from a petrodollar alliance, truly to a more mixed bag where there are security and defense risks that are involved in this relationship. We've seen the US drag the GCC into war twice, into a confrontation with Iran over the past 2 years, layered on top of a growing geoeconomic rivalry that is playing out first and foremost in the energy markets. The US has an energy dominance strategy. We all saw President Trump during the war saying, if you're having trouble buying oil and gas from the Gulf states, buy it from us. And in a sense, we've also seen the Trump administration include oil purchase agreements as part of its trade agreements with Europe, for example. So the Americans have gotten the Europeans, if I'm not mistaken, to agree to buy $750 billion of US energy exports as part of the trade arrangement. So it's really, I think it's a very dirty game. The strategic partnership with the US has evolved in terms of its nature. And now I think the Trump administration is openly talking about imposing a protection racket on the GCC states. If you don't pay us, we won't protect you, and so on and so forth. So in a sense, I think to close and to conclude with this idea, I think really we're no longer in the, at least I think in the Gulf context, it's no longer a question of how do you play the geopolitical rivalry to your favor. There is a real issue now with how do you de-risk from the United States. Because in a sense, there is no geopolitical rivalry to be played. The Chinese are not interested in deepening their defense or security exposure to the region. As one analyst of China's Middle East policy puts it, the Middle East is the most important of the unimportant regions for the Chinese. They view it through the energy prism, and I think the war has confirmed their suspicions that this is a messy region that they should not be involved in from a security or defense perspective. So there isn't a rivalry to be played anymore. I think it's really, the question is, how do you de-risk from the United States? How do you build scalable redundancy options that you can activate in times of crises like these? So I think the game has really changed, and the war has really changed the game from the Gulf states' perspectives in ways that are likely to have long-term consequences.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Very interesting first round of views. In the second round, I would like to focus more on the future, on what are the specific measures to promote and regain access to markets, trade diversification, how AI and inclusion can work hand in hand instead of working against each other, human capital, AI readiness, what countries should do, and what is the new nexus for the countries in the region. I would like to go back to you, Madam Minister. We heard a lot yesterday, very interesting views about trade and trade diversification, trade integration in the new world of fragmentation and high geopolitical tensions. For those who visit Morocco and have visited Morocco, they clearly see that over the past years, there is huge transformation. And this is a visible progress in terms of the investment you do to connect, not only in terms of infrastructure, but also in terms of being part of the value chains, being part of what I would call in French the carrefour between Europe and Africa. What are the measures and the reforms that have helped you and that you need to continue and accelerate in order to underpin the success that Morocco was able to achieve and the capacity to survive with the shock to the global value chain, the various shocks that affected the region? And where do you see the investments for Morocco in the future?
Thank you, Jihad. Happy to talk about the future, but I think the past accounts a lot for the foundation for the future. And really, Morocco is blessed under the guidance of His Majesty that to have long-term vision and strategies. Very important. Renewable energy strategy has started on 2009, never deviated, just accelerating the ambition and the implementation. This is very important. So what we got right in Morocco, maybe the first point I would like to emphasize is this trilogy, on dit trilogy? Okay, apologize for my bad English. But infrastructure, institutions, and incentives. The moment we were developing Tangimed, now the biggest port, actually we were not just willing to have one success and the port that is successful, it's building also the corridors because we have 3,500 kilometers. So we had the success of Tangimed, but we had the roads, the train, and other ports that are adding value to the value proposition of Morocco to have strong corridors. And really to explain what it means, this long vision and the comprehensive strategy. Tanger Med, it took some years to become this leading port in. I was one of the skeptical saying that we cannot compete with the other part of the Mediterranean, but it allowed for the manufacturing business to develop. We have a capacity to produce 700,000 cars a year, and we are coming to 1 million, and we are the first producer of automotive in Africa. But the good thing is that we have another port 300 kilometers from Tangier, that is Nador, opening hopefully end of 26. But we are starting differently. We are scaling up the good experience we had with Tangier. What does it mean? Is that 2 out of the 4 major maritime companies has already settled in Nador. And more than this is that the industrial zone has started even before the port, but because this value proposition has been successful in Tangier, and we don't need actually to restart the narrative. So, and then Dakhla, which is the next port coming in the Atlantic that will help for the integration, the African integration, I'll get back to this point, is really working. In the meantime, we are having this port, allowing for the private sector to have access to talent, to energy that could be greener and more affordable, but we are working on this. But also strong institutions that allow for a very good business climate. So customs, tax administration are hiring more talent, but using more data, being more efficient, more reliable, very clear, I would say, policies and reform that are working daily. On the other hand, what is very important is that we've been diversifying our economic sectors. So, of course, we are struggling with some markets, some products, some prices, but the good thing is any economic activity in Morocco will account from 7-8% to 15% of our GDP. So we had drought for 7 years, and we were discussing it yesterday. 30 years back, a drought year would decrease our added value by 40%. And because we've been diversifying our economy, but also working on solution for water, this 40% have become 8%. So diversifying the economy and having every sector with a very strong, I would say, roadmap and strong milestones, this is very important. So we can count on different sectors, and each government, each context will push you through a sector rather than the other. And then the free trade agreements. Morocco have more than 50 free trade agreements. None of them have been signed in the last years during the crisis. No minister of economy or foreign affairs was, I would say, was having time to negotiate any new free trade agreement, but we had them. Europe is still accounting for more than 60% of our trade, actually. And when we were discussing with some of the colleagues here the forecast for our growth, they said, "But Europe is doing less than 1%. You can never reach the 5%." Our I would say partners in Europe, especially France, was doing less than 1%, but despite this, we reached the 5%. Why? Because when we talk about Europe, we have maybe 2-3 markets that we know very well and we trade with, but there is so many other countries we are still building with. And this is the same thing with other markets, with the Americas, with Asia, etc. This is very important. So this diversification have allowed Morocco not to influence. Unfortunately, we don't have the proper size for this, but really to build on this history, these fundamental choices, and the long-term vision. The other thing which is very important, we didn't deviate on what is our DNA, what is our partnership. It's time from time to time. I struggled for paying some of the wheat that we have imported in 2022, and I've been discussing with a lot of banks to say, please pay with our money the wheat that we have been buying in another country. It was really difficult. But at the end of the day, I think this credibility, this strong partnership and the long-term vision is very important. And this is a strong asset to be able to navigate in this very difficult world. So what's next? Today, what is very important for us is human capital and invest in people, because what we have this messy jobs, but we still have a lot of them not even being informal, not being included. So we put a lot of our energy, our money, our effort on education from pre-scholarship. We are still having this kind of challenge, but we are successful. Today, 80% of the young Moroccan from 4 to 6 have free access to pre-scholarship up to university, and you are sitting in one of them, probably one of the best of them, but it is stimulating the other universities, which is very important. On IA, I cannot try anything in this panel and with a lot of experts. What I can tell you is that we want to learn, to invest, to make our digital transition. I give 2 examples, very simple one, basic one. It's not the challenge, but important for us. We need to have more domestic resources. Domestic resources means more tax, more customs, more data, and we cannot do it without IA. So my colleagues in tax administration use it as much as they can, and we are growing our revenues double digits, but after decreasing the rates, which is very interesting. I know that a lot of ministers of economy and finance would like to have this experience. Second example for the II, which is very important, is on health policies. Before we did I would say, the compulsory health protection, we had Social Security Agency, 8 million Moroccans that have been registered for 60 years. The moment it became compulsory, within 18 months, we enrolled 22 additional Moroccans. So we are almost having 90% of the Morocco who has the health coverage, but now we have the data. We can have the right medicine, public policy to decrease the prices, to increase the efficiency, to push for investment in the health sector as example. And on integration, what we need to I would say, put our effort is on this continental or regional integration. I would give maybe the example of Africa. So for Africa, we had the free trade agreement. There is a framework. There is a lot to be done. And on this type of, I would say, big challenges, what Morocco is doing is working with the institution to have this integration happening, sharing our experiences, our challenges. But the most important is that Morocco is the second African investor in Africa, because it needs to happen on the ground. Not only public sector, but also private sector. And OCP is a very good example. In 28, they were producing like 3 million ton fertilizers. They have a full project. We are reaching the 20 million. It is linked to Africa because a part of it is dedicated to the African continent and the integration. But we have also, I would say, investment in the countries to produce, I would say, the best fertilizer that is adapted to each country. And finally, I think that we need to work more on the inclusion locally, because you have, again, this temptation to close the market, say, let's keep our tomato for us and let's not buy, I would say, energy from this country or of this country. Why? Because people are scared. So you need to tell them that the governments are taking care of them, and the openness is not just a concept for people who can discuss like this and take time for this, but those people who are still having challenges for very basic services, they need comfort, they need inclusion. Otherwise, we will see more of this, I would say, countries, regions that are closing instead of, I would say, welcoming to the world and trading with the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and congratulations, Madame la Ministre, for what Morocco has been achieving. And thank you for sharing with us the experience of Morocco. Rania, trade, AI, and inclusion. We have been, using these words yesterday and today. How can we ensure broad public participation in these games? How can we include more low-income people in this new trajectory? We have been criticizing globalization in the past that it did not help reduce the gap. It did not include. What are the lessons learned, and what can the region do? And what do you envisage at the ESCWA on these issues?
Wow, lots of tough questions,
Of course,
Jihad.
but you are able to address all of them.
So let me best maybe between 2014 and 2024. So these are in 10 years. The level of trade between or intra-trade within the region has actually increased from 1/10 to 1/5. So this is a good number. It's not enough, and it's much less than other regional blocs. We have a framework, and I see Tariq Youssef here, who has been talking about the pan-Arab trade for years. It's a framework. It needs to be modernized, and we need to also see how it can be linked to the Africa Free Trade Agreement as well, because you have there 1.4 billion people. And this is one area where, if I'm thinking Bretton Woods institutions, growth and jobs, macroeconomic stability, the only way to go out of the vicious circle to a virtuous circle is to actually trade more, grow more, create the jobs, and so forth. So this is one area where the convening and the discussions among ministers can actually push a little bit on the trade. I want to focus a little bit on AI because as a minister and being in cabinet, AI in the region, with a few exceptions, is usually seen as an ICT question or a digital question. But AI is beyond digital and ICT. It's really an infrastructure question. And when we say infrastructure, we're talking about power, we're talking about water, we're talking about the human infrastructure, which is the skill. And when you look at the region, there's a lot of asymmetry also, because we sit in a place where there's water scarcity. We have 47 million people who don't have electricity. We need to think about how we can pool the power for the data centers. And yesterday, sitting through the sessions, there was a lot of talk on the data centers and what is required to get this going. So the AI, when we take a look, and I want to also link to what was mentioned in the last presentation yesterday from Minister Velasco, is we can buy the technology, correct, but the capability of use is something which then answers your question, Jihad, is how does it reach the people? When it reaches the people, then we are able to say that we built, you can buy the technology, but we need to build the capability. So that there's a very important element there. And that's where the distance within the region is bigger than the distance between the region and the frontier, because there's so much discrepancy within. Another element which is important and an area for regional collaboration, we have 1% of AI languages in Arabic, when we have 400 million users of Arabic language, let alone the dialect. Because these are machines, when you put in the information and the data in a language, it provides you with output. So this is something that we need to work on. And at ESCWA, what I hope we can do is within the ministerial convenings to talk about AI not as an ICT issue and not as an add-on, but really it's from now on a developmental, cross-cutting policy framework. We cannot escape it. And I just came back from, we had a UN conference at Al Azhar about AI and human development. And we had a presentation from Anthropic, 2 people from Anthropic. And it's scary what the capabilities of these machines are. So it's, it's a big, huge undertaking. And I want to applaud the IMF for the latest publications and the latest approach of trying to quantify, given a feel of preparedness. This is very, very important, but we need this discussion to be done at a regional level, at a government level, and we need collaboration across the different entities regionally, IMF, World Bank, us, and so forth. So I think that, and then I will close with 2 things, because human capital is so important, but we live in a region. I won't talk about the unemployment, everybody has the statistics, but we have the no education, no training, the NEET measure. And in this region, it is 1/3 among the young, and among women, it's 1 in 2. So 1 in 2 women in the region are not educated, do not have a job, and do not have training. So when we think about AI, and we say, some people say more jobs are going to be created, less jobs are going to be lost. We need to think about what skills are required. And ESCWA has something called the Skills Monitor, where this is something that is produced, but we need to discuss in detail, not generally, but granularly, what are the skill sets that we need to provide for citizens, so that the capability is built, not just that you buy the model, but you actually look at the use. The AI consists of 4 key elements. You have the computation, the data, the model. All of this is outside the region, and then the use is within. So this is the discussion that I hope we have, and this is what will anchor us into the future a little bit more. Finally, if we want the demographic weight to become a demographic dividend, then on the fiscal side, more on the care economy, more on the silver economy, to allow more women to actually be in the workforce and get over this neat statistic, which is quite difficult. I can go on for long, but I think just AI is extremely important. But I think within the region, we need to think of it as a developmental issue and try and make sure that it is probably an opportunity for more power connectivity, because it's an infrastructure before it's an intelligence question.
Rania, thank you very much. It's a really fascinating topic. I think while I was listening to you, I was thinking that maybe AI can help those 40% of women who don't have access to education to have access to knowledge. Therefore, we can even use this only to reduce the gap, which is, in fact, the question that I want to ask you, Andres. We're talking about human capital and AI. AI is an enabler for people's development, but also competitor of people. My question to you, maybe if we exclude more advanced economies where AI is being developed and resources are being dedicated for the others, how can you win this battle in terms of building the human capital for that? And my second questions are, the next generation going to study at schools like LSE or at Claude AI Academy? i.e., where we can see technology, especially with AI, in fact, competing with higher education or providing new opportunities for higher education?
Well, you will notice if you think of a productive firm in the Middle Ages and if you think of a productive firm today, they look very different. If you look at a university in the Middle Ages and you look at a university today, they look the same. So universities have remarkable staying power, for better or for worse, and I suspect they will still be around long after Anthropic is gone. But maybe I am wrong. A word on human capital. At a conference like this, one is supposed to say, yes, human capital, and then nod very seriously. And we all do that. I do it. Nothing wrong with that. But there's one striking fact that we need to think about a little bit. If you look at low-income and middle-income countries, we have closed the schooling gap with rich countries at a very fast pace. If you look at average years of education, the gap between the rich and the not so rich has been shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. Nonetheless, the GDP gap has not been shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. That is to say, we're supposed to have convergence. That's what the theory would tell us, and we've had remarkably little convergence. What stands between inputs and outputs? Well, something that we economists call total factor productivity. So I would invite you to refocus the discussion a little bit. It is not so much about sending kids to school. We know how to send kids to school. What we know less about is how to make those kids productive after they leave school. It seems to me that productivity is the name of the game. The only way arithmetically in which you can get conversions in inputs without getting conversions in GDP per capita is if you have TFP lagging. And I think we don't talk enough about productivity. There are two ways in which you can become more productive. You either get better at what you do, or you do something else. Getting better at what you do quickly runs into what economists call decreasing returns to scale. And Minister, please don't keep all the Moroccan tomatoes in Morocco. I live in England, and the only decent tomatoes we get are from Morocco. English tomatoes are terrible, so please don't do that. But I mention tomatoes deliberately because, I also come from a country that exports fruits and vegetables. And you can get better, but there's only so much better than you can get at a particular activity. Once you're the best producer of a certain fruit in the world, well, additional productivity gains are going to be few and far between. So the way you keep having productivity gains is by deploying resources into new sectors. And this is why what the minister said about diversification is so important. The only way to keep decreasing returns of scale from setting in too quickly is by deploying resources into new areas. And if you look at small countries that have grown very fast for very long, Singapore, the Republic of Ireland, that's exactly what you've done. You look at the export basket of Singapore 30 years ago and the export basket of Singapore today, they're radically different. The same is true of Ireland. I'm afraid the same is not true of many of our countries. That's true of this region. This is true of my region. We kind of export the same that we did 20, 30, 40 years ago. So I think that's the real challenge. And I'll say one last thing about that challenge, which is jobs, 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 jobs. You go to the World Bank today, the only word that they're allowed to repeat by the White House is jobs. So everybody's saying jobs, and it's a pretty good focus. But the problem, of course, is that the countries that produce a lot of jobs and got rich did so by manufacturing. Thinking of basically the Far East. That's not going to happen again, right? We're not going to build factories either in my part of the world or in this part of the world and employ in those factories millions and millions of young men and women, but mostly men because, that's where the very, very high rates of entry into the labor force are, and those are the young guys who cannot get jobs. So what is the alternative? I think inevitably the alternative is services. But the problem is that, to go back to my theme, gains in productivity in industry are pretty easy to achieve. Gains of productivity in services are much harder to achieve. And I think clearly the future is about services. One good thing about technology is that we can now export services that before were non-traded. You can have a doctor in India reading X-rays for New York. That would not have been a feasible export 30, 40 years ago. But in most service areas, commerce, transport, it is very hard to get productivity gains. And I think that's where the action is going to be. And that's where we hope AI will make a difference. But it's not guaranteed.
Thank you very much. My last question before opening the floor for Q&A is to Hassan. In answering your first round of questions, you insisted on the geopolitical transformations that we are going through. And also we saw recently that AI was part of the game of nations, where access to technology was provided to some and also prevented to others. How do you see a region, especially the Gulf, that has invested heavily and still investing in technology, both at home, but also abroad, trying to play an important role by deploying massive capital into this new industries? How do you see this in the wake of what we saw over the last few months? And what would be the potential? And how this will reshape, or how to play the new geopolitical framework in order to continue this aspiration of playing a bigger role on AI?
Thanks, Jihad. So, they say, for a hammer, everything is a nail. For a geopolitical analyst, everything is geopolitical, right? And so, in a sense, I think it is a very important question to ask how AI is likely to change and reconfigure the distribution of power, both globally, but also within the MENA regional context. There is a physical limitation. It's physics. Light travels at an infinite speed. In a vacuum, it travels even slower through a fiber optic cable. So that creates a time lag and latency. And if you're trying to offer high-end AI services that are meant to support time-sensitive tasks, then obviously you need to overcome the latency problem. And the way you do that is by regionalizing AI data infrastructure. So there is, I think, by the force of physics, a regionalization dynamic for the expansion of data infrastructure and AI services that places some players, and in our regional context, the Gulf states, at an advantage. The policy shift that we saw under the Trump administration vis-a-vis the Biden administration on how does the US manage and preserve its edge, at least on the AI frontier, vis-a-vis China, has been extremely important for the Gulf states. Given their special influence and access to the Trump administration, the Gulf states were some of the early beneficiaries of the Trump administration's change in approach, where they went from Biden's highly restrictive, very tiered, sort of segregationist approach to AI diffusion to a more to a strategy or an approach that favors capturing a larger share of the market and sort of getting the world hooked, quote unquote, on US AI. And it seemed as though the Gulf states had an appropriate and unique set of characteristics that placed them at a significant advantage. Capital abundance, very important because these are very expensive undertakings. Security alignment, so they're strategic partners with the US. There is the requisite security alignment in place. Geographic proximity to key markets in the Arab world and Africa and Asia. So geographically, they're well placed to service these markets. And then energy abundance, because these data centers are electricity guzzlers. They're absolute monsters, obviously from a climate and energy sustainability perspective, but that's not the issue of the day. And of course, I mean, obviously the risk there is that the Gulf's AI dominance within the regional context would obviously exacerbate regional hierarchies, because it would render countries in the region that are dependent on accessing Gulf AI infrastructure all the more dependent on the Gulf states, in addition to traditional dependencies on Gulf finance, Gulf capital, and Gulf energy. The issue is that the war has placed these assumptions under stress. As an anecdote, one of Iran's favorite targets is data centers during this war. They've hit multiple data centers in Bahrain and the UAE. For a while, we had to pay for things in Bahrain, on paper and pen. They would give you sort of a handwritten receipt. But I think, thinking beyond that sort of immediate disruption, capital is now under strain in the Gulf. There are fiscal and economic consequences of the war. There are defense and resilience demands on Gulf capital. So the capital has to service needs that were not felt as much as they were prior to the war. there are questions about stability in the Gulf and the long-term stability, and that could have a dampening effect on investors who may now rethink the wisdom of investing in very expensive physical capital that is very difficult to relocate. So I think the point here is that the war has placed some of these assumptions under stress. And the Gulf states have a lot of rethinking to do about how to build further resilience as they go on making some of these hard decisions and investments that are likely to have long-term consequences.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. I don't know if we have time for a few questions. If yes, please raise your hands. The young lady here. And if you could please be succinct, ask your question.
Yeah, very quickly. Does this work? Yeah, it works. I have a quick question for the minister. No one here touched on government debt or public debt. So you mentioned that there has been growth in the GDP, yet I see that the debt to GDP ratio is very high. It has been growing. So can you, it's 60, I think, 8%. So is there a debt ceiling for the, for Morocco in particular? And I believe like debt is growing worldwide. So if you could elaborate on that. Thank you.
Maybe I can take two more questions. Yes.
Bonjour. Bonjour. Yeah, I have a very quick question to Mr. Velasco. I wonder whether you are not minimizing the role of education. I agree with you that the gap in terms of expected years of schooling is becoming small. But if I look at the numbers in terms of mean years of schooling, how much we spend in the school, I mean, I agree with you. We are able to send kids to the school, but it is very difficult to keep them. Just to give you a number, if I look at the HDI, Human Development Index, the mean years of schooling for medium developed countries, it's 6.8. For high countries, it's 12.5. I am not sure that education is not an issue in development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me take, yes, a third question, and then I go back to the...
So good morning, everybody. So my question to Hassan El-Hassan. Can we actually speak of MENA economic region and the geopolitical and geoeconomic fragmentation? Because obviously the word economic integration looks a fancy, nice word. So how do you explain it from your own perspective? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Minister, the first question is for you, debt and debt sustainability, and then
debt
education.
is definitely decreasing. We had an increase after COVID, and it was a historic increase, actually, above 70%, and we are decreasing year on year, reaching almost 65% out of 7. This is why I'm talking relaxed, close to the IMF.
Thank you very much. Andres, the question is on education for you.
Look, I will not tell you that education is unimportant. I get my paycheck from an educational institution every day. I wouldn't be a professor if I thought education doesn't matter. Education for girls in particularly matters a lot. But my point was a different one. If we think that it is all about education and we don't worry sufficiently about what those people will do after they're educated, we're missing part of the story. That's the only point that I'm making. And maybe my concern is a little bit too guided by my region of the world, but you know, we're a region of the world in which years of schooling per child is shot up. In some countries of the region, we have higher rates of, say, university attendance than Europe does. If you look at Uruguay, you look at Argentina, you look at Chile, about half of every cohort is going to university. That's higher than Spain, that's higher than Portugal, that's higher than Italy, that's higher than Greece. And GDP stagnating. If you go to Argentina, which I recommend you do, it's a lovely country, the taxi driver who will take you from the airport to the city can probably talk economics better than an economics professor and cite, you know, French philosophers quite randomly. Nonetheless, you know, the economy has the same per capita GDP it had 25 years ago. So we need to do more than that. And again, issues of productivity, and particularly issues of productivity in the service sector, are where, in my view at least, the action is.
Thank you very much, Andres. Hassan, the third question was for you.
Sure. I just wanted to quickly address the point about debt, because before I jump to that question, because in a sense, I think the Gulf states have been important players when it comes to the sort of regional responses to growing and large public debt, and you could say, you know, we did a big project, and this was the start of our relationship on what we called at IIS Gulf bailout diplomacy, where we looked at hundreds of billions of dollars of transfers of central bank deposits, general budget support, oil and gas assistance, swap lines that the Gulf states have provided broadly and more specifically to the region over decades. And I think, you know, one could say that from an economic policy standpoint, maybe the Gulf states made things worse by reinforcing the moral hazard and giving, you know, irresponsible fiscal players their way out and so on. And, you know, we can discuss the economic wisdom of what they did. But I think the reality is that the Gulf states are no longer going to play that role in the same way that they have done for decades. They've clearly been signaling that the end of no strings attached state support is no longer, that the end has come. There are competing development demands at home. There are opportunity costs that they're much more acutely aware of. And now they really feel that they are acutely aware of sort of the risk associated with the longevity of global oil demand. And so the attitude towards capital has changed quite drastically in the Gulf. To jump to your point and to your question about the way I understood it is sort of the tension between economic integration and economic fragmentation in the regional context. I think in the GCC context, more specifically, and it's quite interesting that we're seeing two countervailing trends that are taking place at the same time. You're seeing geopolitical divergence between members of the GCC. And so the Saudi UAE, for example, you know, disagreements, to put it politely, have become quite apparent. The war has exacerbated these differences because we don't agree on how best to deal with Iran. We don't agree about the role of Israel in the region or the future relationship with the United States. We did not activate collective defense constructs at the GCC level. So really the defense and security integration has probably been somewhat reversed, actually, as a result of this war. At the same time, the way in which the GCC has come together as an economic security alliance, if you like, has been rather remarkable. So you saw the immediate activation of emergency customs procedures, a creation of food and vital commodity corridors across the GCC. So really a display of geoeconomic solidarity, not to mention the fact that we've had an unprecedented level of activity on GCC collective free trade negotiations. That is unprecedented in the history of the GCC. The number of free trade agreements that the GCC as a bloc has negotiated over the past few years, even while the GCC states were sort of bickering about Yemen and Sudan and Somalia, is quite interesting and remarkable. And so you're seeing, in a sense, geoeconomic solidarity increase and improve, even as geopolitical rivalries are deepened at the same time. So there's a bit of a GCC paradox there.
Rania, do you like to comment on those questions?
Just very quickly, on the regional integration, again, we should not generalize. We need to go more into examples. And so this is the new, I would say, paradigm or principle or policy, as yesterday we saw this, or approach. So it's we should not, regional integration as we know it, blanket integration across 21 member states is not the case, but we do have coalitions based on shared economic benefits, which are helping the people at the end. Green transition is important, grids are important, water transboundary issues are important, and they're happening in the region despite the fragmentation, despite the geopolitical pressure that is happening. And then finally, I had a few slides, 6 slides that I want to maybe send to all participants, which have some of the stats and some of what this building, this narrative between now until we hopefully meet next year, if I'm invited next year, Jihad. I think between now and then we would be, as I mentioned, because many people here are from the region, and we want to be able, and those who are interested, to be able together to highlight what we mean by integration and connectivity, because it's no longer a blanket, but it does have very important regional assets or regional public goods, if we can call it that way. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Jihad, can I say one
Yes.
last one thought?
Sure.
But
Yeah.
Again, I'm struggling with this thing. There we go. This is a region that has been historically divided between the countries that had hydrocarbons and the countries that did not or do not. But I am surprised that there's one thing that I haven't heard yet in the discussion, and that is the new sources of energy. Morocco is a country that sits on great wealth. That wealth is called the sun. And I'm sure the minister knows this very, very well. The big question is whether energy produced by the sun will soon become exportable or not. And when I say exportable, I don't mean through a grid that you can, have wires to your neighbors, but you cannot set up a grid that covers the whole world. But if you can put her in a tank in the shape of hydrogen, then it's an entirely different ballgame. And this is an area where technology is changing very, very quickly. I'm sure the Moroccan government is looking at this intently, and where suddenly countries with sun will become large exporters of energy. And I think that has massive potential to reconfigure everything from geoeconomics to geopolitics. This is part of the green conversation. The green conversation has taken the back seat over the last couple of years for obvious reasons. But I think this is one area where the green conversation is not flabby, but it is very concrete and potentially very productive.
Thank you very much. But because we are running out of time, I'm not going to give you back the floor, because I think the minister can share the experience of Morocco on that as a leading one. In conclusion, thank you very much for this excellent panel that, in fact, helped us meet the objective of this conference. This conference is about policies and research meeting and interacting. I think this panel and the panelists, thank you for your excellent performance, helped us achieve this objective and helped us deal with policy issues on a background of strong analytical, and also reflect on the discussions that we had yesterday. It echoed very much the issues that we discussed in the various sessions yesterday, and it's a very nice segue to the session that we are going to have after this one, which will deal with fiscal and monetary policy issues. It's very difficult to summarize a very rich discussion, but let me conclude with 3 takeaways. One, and I'm borrowing from what you said, stability and transformation must go hand in hand. Stability is the enabler for growth and for sustainability, and without buffers, especially in uncertain environment, it's very difficult to have a real ambition for the future. The second is, despite all what we are going through, the silver lining that integration and cooperation remains a very important future and potential for the future. And integration can be done at multi-dimension, and the coalition of the willings can bring countries together to do different things. But it needs to be done, and it needs to be done well. And I think this is maybe the moment to rethink the institutional framework that helps this integration to take place at the regional level. Third, technology and people are going to be the 2 elements. It's not only about technology, and technology cannot do without people, and people really cannot grow without mastering technology. And this is something that public policy should help. And macroeconomic policy should really think how we can put those 2 elements together in a way that would allow prosperity, but also inclusion to take place at all levels, and also for all, not only for few people or few groups or few countries. With that, I would like to thank the distinguished speakers for an excellent session. Thank you very much. You enriched our 2 days conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you to our distinguished speakers. It is now time for a 20 minutes coffee break.
Learning a lot from this conversation.
That's great job. I have a question for you.
We already see the photograph. Photographer has shown up.
Bonjour, ça va bien?
Excellent. Sure. Thank you very much. Minister, what a pleasure. I learned a lot from that. Real pleasure.
سعيدة بإنترفنشن لازم ناخد الكونتاكت. والله ابتدينا اسكو نحطها عندنا. لا طبعا. أنا قاعدة معاك.
Thank you very much. I think it's an interesting kind of discussion. And great to be
That was really great.
Talking about the green transition, it's and initiatives that are taking out.
That region has both a lot of sun and a sunny disposition.
You have the tendency to look more.
Do you have the digital cards? You're a lot more advanced.
To learn from.
I think the only thing you can learn from us is football. I'm not sure you want to learn anything else.
It's all about storytelling.
Absolutely. Yes.
So this is our photograph.
I will.
Oh,
Okay. Okay. Same here. Pleasure. Okay. Of course, I would be honored. Nice to have caught up with you.
Yes, I'll be in touch.
Okay, I'm easy to find.
Yes.
We can do something together.
Absolutely. On the national
There's an
tour.
event or something.
Yes.
I would be delighted.
Enjoy your 8 months of
Yes,
tranquility.
I'm going into sabbatical, so I will disappear.
We won't leave you fully safe, but
I'm going to Patagonia, where, at the end of the world. So you're working with Barry, who's, my professor, I imagine. No, I can tell you how he does it. As I was saying, I'm always looking for new subjects. I was thinking here, I was thinking when I mentioned this to Barry. Exactly. I was still in graduate school, and a professor of mine died at a very young age, very tragically. I was in my 20s.
Pour avoir cette liberté de parole, il est
Were you part as well?
No, I was not during the annual meeting.
Mais vraiment. Bon, je finis, je vais voir Roberta.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci à toi.
Et à très bientôt. Et sur
I was wondering, you mentioned yesterday that the microeconomics and how was the
No, you have to, on the one hand, sorry, I'm going to
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We now come to our last session of the program. This session theme, monetary and fiscal policies. For this session, I would like to invite Mr. Mohammed Taamouti, Mr. Giancarlo Corsetti, Mr. Nasser Badra, Ms. Sara Lucchili, Ms. Roberta Gatti.
So, good morning, everyone. My name is Mohammed Taamouti. I'm from the Bank Al Maghrib, which is the central bank of Morocco. And I have the pleasure to moderate this last session of the conference. It's a session in which we will go back to the academic research style session, unlike the one before. And since it's the last one, I will try to be straightforward and try, with the help of my colleagues here on the stage, to keep it inside the time slot. So we have, during this conference, we have talked about everything nearly, talked about undergoing mega trends, geoeconomic fragmentation, artificial intelligence. We talked about structural policies like trade, labor policies. And now it's time to talk about short-term policies, namely monetary policy and fiscal policy. We have a basket of 3 papers on 3 different topics. The first one is on transformation of global monetary shocks in MENA and CCA economies, and will be presented by one of its several co-authors, namely Giancarlo from European University Institute. The second one is on IT regimes outcomes in 2 different countries, Egypt and Georgia, and it will be presented by one of its 3 co-authors, namely Nasser, who is here from the American University in Beirut. And the third one is on the effectiveness of fiscal rules in emerging and developing economies in times of uncertainty and geopolitical and economic uncertainty, and it will be presented on behalf of its co-authors by Sarah from Bank Al Maghrib too. To discuss these papers, we have the pleasure to have with us Roberta. Everyone knows Roberta in the region. If someone in the room doesn't know Roberta, she is the chief economist for the region at the World Bank. So she will have 10 minutes to discuss the 3 papers. So this is the menu of the session. Now, regarding the rules as set by the organizers, we have an initial endowment of 1.5 hours. It is suggested, but it's binding, to have a maximum of 20 minutes per paper. It will be followed, as I said, by discussion by Roberta of 10 minutes for the whole 3 papers, and we will have 15 minutes for dedicated to discussion and Q&A. So this is the menu. These are the rules, and now presenters will have the cards. So I will start by inviting Giancarlo for his presentation. Thank you.
It is a true pleasure to be here. I've been looking forward for working more on the region. I spent all my life working with European Central Bank, the Fed, Bank of England, Bank of Canada now. I need to go south physically. But so this is a joint project. It's one of the first outcome of this project. You see people from academic background. Michele is a student in the EOI. Zeina, you know, Zeina has been with me in Cambridge. Simon has been for a long time at the Bank of England, and Nadine in academia in Beirut. And this is part of a group that we basically form to understand interconnectedness, how to rethink about fiscal and monetary policy in increasingly interconnected in an increasingly interconnected world. So I'm not going to spend time on this. This is one of my favorite quotes. Why do we want a flexible rate? You know, we have global shocks. The rates is a margin of adjustment. When the global shock comes, we want to use the margin of adjustment to absorb the shock. But the margin of adjustment is not an instrument. The margin of adjustment is something that responds to noise trading, responds to policy, responds to many things. So it needs to be played correctly to be able to reap the benefit of reducing the effect of the shock. Even the concept of insulation, that was very much praised in the Mundell-Fleming, today takes a new meaning because, in a very interconnected world, what does it mean? Can we really avoid suffering all the effect of the shock? The answer is clearly no. The question is, what are the trade-offs that are activated? What are the set of instruments that can be used to minimize the cost or taking the opportunities sometimes? So I've written quite a bit this year on the fact that this is a new world in which shocks of increasing intensity and likelihood will be there, large, with global repercussions. So I started to do very active work on how different regions in the world can insulate. And one of the things we found is that, for example, for Europe, there is a sense in which more integration over the decades has reduced the ability of sort of the link the countries around the euro area from shocks coming from the euro area. There is a debate with Cloyne as more historical data. So it's not, it didn't used to be like that. So there is something is changing. And global interdependence is at the same time a way to diversify risk, but I'm also working with the Bank of England to show that sometimes become an amplification of risk. So let's come to the MENA region. After Zaina called me, say, okay, let's think about the MENA region, which is a very difficult region to think about because there is lots of change. There is increasing integration, profound changes in structure, economic structure, regimes, institutions, and there is a heterogeneity. So the challenge for us is, can we get a scheme, a framework that we can use to follow up from now on the effect of global shocks? So we have this kind of framework that I've been working on for many years now. So we try to identify shocks like US monetary policy, global dollar, oil, risk. Today I just talk about the US monetary policy, a little bit on the dollar. And the question is, can we condition the transmission of shocks on the state, on the exchange rate volatility regime? I'll be precise about this. And on the oil exporter status, on the central bank indicator of central bank independence, see how the shock propagates depending on these characteristics. And then we have the largest set of outcomes we can get our hands on, like in terms of output, macro, balance of payment, finance. Okay, so let me give you very quickly the summary. So for the MENA region as a whole, a US contraction has what you expect, a generalized fall of everything. Inflation, activity, export, trade balance, reserve, banks, net foreign asset. However, once you see it inside the region, you see that these exchange rate volatility regimes make a difference. Fixed exchange rates or like low volatility regime countries get the full blunt of the shock. The effects are milder when there is some like intermediate volatility, but become larger in a full volatility, which, like basically may also capture the fact that sometimes a floating regime comes out of the accumulation of imbalances. At one point needs to be, the country needs to let go. So this is similar with the Mundell-Fleming views. We had other papers in which we talk about the insulation puzzle, because it doesn't go the way Mundell-Fleming would say that, the more you're flexible, the more. So we then show that the same difference across volatility regimes become actually more accurate if you plug central bank independence index, which is a very inaccurate index, if you want, but it captures something about the fiscal and monetary independence. It captures something about the change in the institutional. So we find that things look better for central bank independent index across the three volatility regimes. We also show that both financing and balance of payment, of course, are much determined by global factors. Ellen Ray would say dilemma. I would say there is a sense in which we are integrated. So our domestic conditions are much dependent on the. But what we are going to show that depending on the changing regimes, central bank volatility, the weight in which this shock goes into finance balance of payment changes. So they're they affect the relative impact. So let me skip the literature, which is large. I have worked for 3 hours, but you might be hungry at the end, so we'll do for the next 12 minutes. So let me just show you that something there is increased trade and financial interconnection in the region. The blue and the light blue is the change between the years, more interconnectedness. This is also another dimension of heterogeneity. All importer, all exporter. Exporters are bluer. And there are also cases of conflict, which takes them in a structurally different effect. Now, this is what I wanted to call your attention to. If you look at the share of countries in low volatility regime, let's say fixed exchange regime, there is no decline in this share. Okay, in the MENA region, there's basically they're stable, if not increasing. There's been an increase in the blue, which is the flexible, right, and a shrinking of. Now, I'm using this just to make clear. I'm using this the classification of one of yours, Rogov, with Carmen Reiner and Itzeski at this de facto classification, okay, which. Many of you, I'm sure, will have to say something. It's fine. We do a lot of robustness and checks. Here we just look at how much the change rate moves in a period, and when they moves very low, very little, we call fixed or low volatility regime, crawling or flexible. Now, this is also the where the Ilseski, Rogov, Reiner classification comes to us. We want to use the heterogeneity not only across countries. You see, like every column is a country. Those are dates. This is not continuous because we just look at the dates in which there's been a change. 0 is fixed exchange rate, 1 is low to medium volatility, crawling, 2 is flexible. And you see there are changes around the year 2000, there are changes around COVID. Otherwise, so the question is, can we say something looking at all this heterogeneity? Now, here we have the difference between Proust, not the kind Proust-like analysis of one case, and cross-section time series. We are trying to use the cross-section time series to learn something through the comparison. It is a statistical comparison. So we're trying to use this difference, which is frustrating because there's too many things going on, try to see through the difference whether we can extract information. So let me just show you. We start with a little bit of a repeating the exercise that Baxter Stockman a long time ago did for the advanced countries, which is to say, let's look at the volatility and correlations, right? And you see in the volatility correlation, the change rate, which is the red thing in the middle, there is a huge difference in the average volatility, much larger than the advanced countries. So 0.54 for the fix, 460, 551. This enormous change in volatility, it reflects also in inflation, much more than in advanced countries. So the second to the bottom line in the center, inflation goes 97, 1.5. But not so much in the volatility of the output. Now, this volatility of output, I would not trust because the sample, to compare apple with apple, we need to shrink the sample. The sample is a bit too short. But what is interesting is that if we look at the correlation of policy rates, we have a correlation of policy rate with the US, which is pretty high everywhere. So there is an interconnectedness that goes into the action of the policy rate. So what do we do that? I'm not going to bother you with the model, but what we do, we take a shock and we look at the effect of the shock across time. First by itself, then conditioning on the volatility regime, then conditioning volatility regime and cross central bank independence, oil status. And I just show you a few results of this, and let me just go directly to the result. We also try to do a little bit of broad dollar appreciation. This is all like a state-of-the-art local projection. So let's look at the US monetary policy shock, which is identified by looking at what happened to the asset market around the time of a decision. And we know from the literature that the US monetary contraction a global effect. In particular, we have a contraction in global activity. We have an appreciation of the dollar, which used to be negatively correlated sometimes with the, so that there's no perfect correlation with the commodity prices. There is actually a change in correlation. I'll show you later. There is a change in the financial condition, or a loss of risk appetite, dollar appreciation, and a global contraction of flows, especially from the north to the south, but also like generalized across asset classes. So what happened when this hit the economy, the global economy? The effect on the region as a whole is by the book. So you see, starting from the left up there, inflation fall, activity fall is like across the first group. Inflation to the left up, activity to the right down. There is a depreciation of the exchange rate in the region. And this also is associated with a contraction in the trade balance, the fall, a contraction in good export, a little bit also good import because there is a contraction, there is a recession, and a worsening of the current account. So the region goes by the book. What we know for the global economy is also true for the region, except that there is even more contraction in the trade balance because of the terms of trade, the link to the oil prices and commodity prices. For the reserves, there is a loss of reserves up to the left. There is a deterioration of the banking sector net foreign asset down to the right at the first block. And there is a deterioration of private credit. So even the financial condition inside the region go down. The capital inflows and outflows, those numbers are always a little bit fuzzy, but what you see some contraction up front and then volatility over time. So having said so, the question is, how do different countries or different regions, or better, how do different regimes help absorbing this general shock? And here is the first, if you want, surprise. The fact, if we look at those are 3 columns. It's a lot of graph. I apologize, but I needed to inflict some pain on me and you for some reason that is always. So by the way, so there is like there is 3 columns for low volatility fixed exchange rate, second column crawling, third column flexible. And if you look at the top row and the bottom row, you see 2 differences. Number one, the shock is the inflation, the effect is negative for the first and second column, is positive for the flexible. The activity is basically almost nothing, so contraction, little contraction for the fixed, almost nothing for the crawling, more decisively contraction for the flexible. This is what sometimes is referred to as a puzzle. No, how come? You should be better off in under flexibility, and what you get is inflation and a much marked fall in the activity. Notice that the change rate, it moves more on the flexible, under flexibility, it depreciates more. Now, what about if we stack, if we sort of look at differentiating using the central bank independent index, again, as some kind of dirty proxy for evolution of the monetary and fiscal framework. Now, here is also, the surprise does not go away. There is still a little bit of this illustration puzzle, but things looks different. So what happened under fixed exchange rate, there is a little bit more deflationary impact of the shock. but the activity falls much less. So there is a sense in which a credible fix, let's say, tamper a little bit the effect on inflation. Crawling looks actually much better. There is much lower effect on activity. Inflation is lower, and the exchange rate basically remain depreciated as before. So in a sense, if you want to see some effect of the exchange rate flexibility, you see it in crawling. The case of flexible rate, you have a lower effect on activity. The last graph. So there is a sense in which there is a little bit less of a contractionary impact. So we can repeat the exercise for all the other variables. Again, it changes somehow when you look at the balance of payment, trade balance, and export. You see that in a way, exchange rate flexibility helps. So if you look at the last column, you see that for the flexible rate, that is the one that really depreciates the currency, the good export tend to increase over time, and there is less of an effect on the trade balance, while the fix is takes the full blown of the global contraction and the dollar appreciation, and the crawling does a little bit in between. Again, if we stick the central bank independence index and differentiate this by central bank independence index, you see that there is actually quite a bit of moderating effect. Okay, so for the fixed exchange rate, the dark line is much less dramatic. So there is much less effect on the foreign account. The crawling, they do a little bit more action in the crawling, but again, the flexible, again, much less dramatic. There is actually almost no effect on the current account and the import. So there is a sense in which there is more stability. And why is that? Again, if you look at the transmission through financial channels, you see that there is a generalized loss of reserves in everything but the flexible rate, which you may expect. The banking sector net foreign asset deteriorates everywhere. This is also because of the global effect of the shock. And what is important is this private credit. So the private conditions tend to deteriorate under fixed exchange rate and flexible exchange rate, much less in the crawling. So the last bit I want to tell you, if you stick again the central bank independent index, this is actually one of my favorite results. There is clearly a sense in which it helps a lot on the domestic financial market. If you look at the private credit, it becomes way more stabilized for countries across all exchange regimes, across countries that have a higher than median central bank independence index. So also it has an effect on the loss of reserves, sometimes more like in crawling, sometimes less in flexible, but it doesn't do much, of course, on the net foreign asset on the banks because of the exposure to global financial condition. Yeah, so I just want to, I exhausted my time, so let me just, unavoidable question, what about oil exporters, oil importers? And this is where things are more interesting, because overall, oil importers or exporters do not much differ for the global, for the total transmission, but there is a large difference in the trade. Okay, so there is much more exposure of the oil exporters to the global condition than the internal condition. And of course, this is maps also in the loss of reserves, much more for the exporters than. So let me wrap up. This is a method I show you a bit. We have many more things. We'll wrap up with this kind of transmission. And the message is basically what I was saying at the beginning, the fact that we need to activate a margin. So we are in a world where we will be hit by shocks, no matter what. We also change the politics of the shocks. Shocks will be in the interest of some countries to destabilize the world to their own interest. So this is going to be an extremely important point. How do we think about using all the margin, all the instruments? This is a cautionary tale. Flexibility helps, but it cannot be disjoined by the degree of freedom that you need to use with the rest of the policies. I went over. I borrowed from the first session. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Now, Nasser, the floor is yours. That's it? Or they have to remove that? That's it? Shall I go? Okay. It's a pleasure to be today with you, and thank you for the opportunity. I had the honor actually to work with Dr. Salim Shaheen and Ugo Piazza on a contemporary actually subject, and actually many countries throughout MENA are just shifting to inflation targeting, including Egypt, including also Morocco has the early endeavors in the 2013 actually to move to inflation targeting. Also Algeria and also other countries, they are in the process of transiting to inflation targeting. As it was raised by the previous panel discussion, the recurrent shocks in the last decades actually has exhausted fiscal space. And actually the reforms regarding other institutionals reforms is not anymore a luxury, but rather a contemporary topic. In that sense, this paper addresses the role of inflation targeting regime in achieving price stability, drawing in the recent commodity price shock emanating from COVID. What we have noticed actually after COVID, that given the price increase in the food sector, in some countries it was entrenched in the system, and in other countries it was smooth, it was a soft landing rather than being a hard landing. So we were actually examining, could it be the case of credibility of central bank in eliminating those entrenchments, or does it speak to other factors? Since the early 90s, actually, just to highlight the transition of the central banks to target long-term price stability, it has led to the decrease like around from 30% to 4 average global inflation rate. So targeting the long-term, targeting price stability in the long run rather than being discretionary due to many factors, including the time inconsistency problems and other, it helped. So in the framework of the targeting inflation in the long run, we are talking about inflation targeting. Following a long period of stable, this is what I've just have said. And then in some countries like inflation regime have managed to avoid persistent inflation. This is the case of Georgia, actually, as we shall see in the next, without incurring like actually output loss and drastically increasing the interest rate. This is what we refer to smooth landing and hard landing. Central bank has to squeeze the economy in order to alleviate the inflation, in order to go back to its target. If it is hard landing, if it is persistent. Otherwise, if it is smooth, then it will be managed by the expectation. And this is the theme of the paper, whether we have to go the hard way or whether we have to go the soft way. The hypothesis of the paper, we explore whether credible inflation target, not an inflation target, credible inflation target mitigates the transmission of an external inflationary shock into inflation dynamic. That's it. In another word, whether IT regimes serve as a caution to such external shocks to sidestep potential inflation persistence and achieve price stability in the long run. There are other implications of which persisting that will show, as we will see, other than just inflation, and we shall get to it. A credible inflation regime is a monetary framework as a definition that manages public expectation, that can serve in order that
it will be served as a nominal anchor. In order, in the context of the model, economic agents, they have rational expectations, rational expectation that is model consistent, that is taking into considerations the rise of the rational expectations model, and we incorporate it. Because central bank is credible, the agents will not project current inflation rate into the future rate using the price setting mechanism, or by setting them in their contracts, wage contracts. So today there will be a shock today, food increases today, rather than incorporate this inflation rate, if it is now, let's say 20, rather than incorporate it in my wage contract or as a price setting for the firms. Okay, if central bank is credible, it will anchor those expectations, and agents are convinced that inflation will go back to its target, so that they will not incorporate it either in their contracts or in their price settings. This is the theme of the story of the inflation targeting thing. I will skip this one, inflation targeting. Okay, we found that Egypt Central Bank, with a limited inflation targeting, this is limited inflation targeting experience, has nothing to do with the capacity. Usually credibility is built over time as you build buffer zone in the fiscal. It has nothing to do with the credibility. A long-standing record of achieving inflation targets, this is like actually will cause having a credibility, as the case of the Georgia. Because Egypt, it is a new adopter of the inflation targeting in the 2024, they are switching to it, so they didn't establish yet their credibility. We borrow the issue of being credible or non-credible, and proceed with Egypt throughout the last decade in a counterfactual analysis. In Georgia, it has been there since 2009, and now in Egypt in 2024. Egypt does not have a credibility yet, because it is earned. You earn it over time through consistent declaring the target before and achieving that target over time. This is how you gain credibility. So because of that, we moved on with Egypt in a counterfactual analysis, that what if Egypt, given this type of credibility over the last period, how it would have actually performed during this period. Commitment, independence, disciplined fiscal policy, that is the lack of fiscal dominance. The accurate forecasting by the central bank, this is the capacity, the effective communication to the public, they all matter. They all matter in building the credibility. So it's multifactorial thing regarding the credibility. Just to bring it out. Another thing, saying that actually Egypt does not have a credibility yet. This is not an assertion in the paper, but rather has been later corroborated using Bayesian methods, in order just to see that the backward component of the inflation rate is higher. And we shall see now by example how, if the central bank is non-credible, how the backward-looking component dynamics in the inflation, how does it evolve, and how does it actually induce persistency. Okay, so moving on to the conduct of the paper, the QPM model, we're gonna go over it quickly. The result of the Bayesian estimation, IRF and Bayesian estimation of the parameters, especially the parameters that are linked to the forward-looking and backward-looking expectations. And then later shock decomposition, and then we conclude with the policy recommendation. Regarding the model, usually that DSGE actually it's used in the literature as a workhorse for gauging those shocks and other models and to answer empirical questions. However, the QPM, in line with DSGE, it's also the same, but that has been augmented for the lags. This is why we refer the QPM is a semi-structural rather than being fully structural. In the academic, we use fully structural model, DSGE. In those models, in the QPM, we use semi-structural because adding lags in order to reflect the observed persistency in the data, so that we are having a model that reflects the real empirics in the data. So this is the main difference between the QPM and the DSGE. A QPM is a gap and trend model. A gap that's actually, it is equivalent to the New Keynesian, a log linearized version of the New Keynesian model that will reflect the Euler consumption and the other blocks of the New Keynesian doctrine, and then also a trade component. By decomposing, I'm stripping the trend, the non-stationary part from the variable in order to work with the cyclical component, which is the gap. The other thing, like actually the gaps will be zero because they are log linearized around the trends. And the other thing, it will allow me to work with unit roots, which has infinite steady states. In the nonlinear model, in the DSGE, we have to solve those models analytically by hand and impose those steady states. In linear models, actually, because it will not affect the slope of the policy function, mathematically saying, so those unit root with a drift or unit roots, actually, we can deal with them. In that sense, amending or introducing the credibility in the center, it has to be introduced in a linear fashion. Otherwise, we will lose the linearity, and then we have to deal with the unit roots of the variable. And the prices, as you know, it is unit root. It is in the New Keynesian models. So this is just to differentiate between the DSGE and the QPMs. The IS curve, I will go just quickly over it. It reflects the intertemporal substitution effect. As MCI, the monetary index increased, then the gap decreased today. It is adjusted to reflect the small open economy considerations. The external demand, the Y star, which is usually proxied by US or a group of large economies like Japan and China and the weighted average of this. The MCI, it is a weighted average between the real interest rates and the real exchange rate. So if I pull now today, I will not go into details. Let's just leave for that, just for the sake of time. Okay. The other one is the uncovered interest parity, which is reflect the dynamics of the exchange rate. In the standard uncovered interest parity, variations in the exchange rate is explained by variations in the interest rate and a premium. Let's say if a country becomes today more risky, then either I have to pull interest rates or the exchange rate will depreciate by today. This is actually, it will hold in order to hold the uncovered interest parity. It reflects the money market in the typical ISLM. This is how I perceive it. Like actually, it will reflect this part of the model. In order to modify, in order to mimic the observed data, the expected exchange rate is a weighted average between model consistent, the lagged part that is adjusted for 2-time period depreciation of the long-term depreciation of the exchange rate that's governed by relative PPP. The IS curve. The monetary policy is a Taylor rule style. It will react to deviation of inflation and gap. The central bank has to react to inflation more than output gap. Okay, otherwise the model will be indeterminate. In the jargon of Blanchard and Khan condition, it will not have the number of forward jump variables equal to the unstable root of the eigenvalues. This is technical, but just for those who are interested of that. So central bank usually reacts more than one. If there is 1% deviation in the percentage point in the inflation, then it will react as a 1.1 interest rate reaction to 1% percentage points in inflation in terms of interest rate. Otherwise, the model will be indeterminate. Why it is indeterminate? It's a long story. Expectation augmented. This is where we amended. We started with the purely forward Phillips curve. It started with this, and then it was augmented later by Gali, Greter, and others also by adding the lagged inflation that is arising from a rule of thumb, that part of the firms that they are using a rule of thumb. What do you mean by rule of thumb? That how inflation it was evolving recently as an average between today and yesterday, or for the wages, we can derive it through the wage stickiness, not price stickiness, and we will reach the same mathematically equation, either whether it is staggered price setting or staggered price setting, wage setting or price setting, it will reach the same thing. So either it is emanating the lagged, it is either emanating from firms are doing a rule of thumb pricing, or due to indexed wage indexation. Part of the wages, it is indexed, so that inflation today it will be carried forward tomorrow. The weight of the lagged inflation speaks to persistency, as we will see. Aside from the persistency that is arising due to contracts and rule of thumb pricing, central bank credibility plays a crucial role in shaping the persistency. This is where we get to the research question that we have and what we are targeting. The role of the central bank credibility plays a paramount importance in shaping the persistency through anchoring expected inflation. Let's say the part that is T+1, which is the expected one, because the central bank is not credible, because it is bluffing the public every time it's promising something and like actually deviating from it for so many reasons, or for whether it is he's unable or for other welfare analysis, then he will deviate from that target. As the public actually noticed or suspected the central bank is not committed, then they will go back and form their expectation accordingly, based on the forward inflation. Plugging in this in the first equation, then the persistency will increase. This part of persistency is given only and solely due to the credibility of the central bank, other than the system and the level of the stickiness in the economy. So credibility matters in that sense. We disaggregated the Phillips curves into sectoral one. The headline it will comprises the food, the non-food, and the energy. We included the energy because in Egypt there are regulated prices. This is why we have to include the energy. This is in a nutshell how the disaggregated or multiple Phillips curves. For each and every Phillips curves, there will be a backward and forward component. Real marginal cost, it is a function of domestic cost that is proxied by output gap, the international cost through the rear, and actually we have the aggregator for those. Just a point here, just to bring up, comparing the two countries, they have a similar statistics. Just to highlight that those two countries, they are susceptible to the same shock, let's say, or vulnerable to the same shock symmetrically. Not to say that those two economies they are enjoying the same economic characteristics in terms of absorbing a shock or not. So they have a comparable. The weight of the food, it is similar in the two. The weight of the energy in terms of import, it is very close, and likewise for that partners, in terms of partners. US first, then EU second, with 23 for Egypt and 25 for Georgia. One single minute? That's generous. Okay, parameterization, we went into Bayesian estimation in order to identify the core inflation backward and forward, and then the identification in order to identify using the Bayesian estimation. This is a weak This is a weak identification test. The vertical, if data has no role in the estimation, then there will be the log lake, which is the likelihood function. It will be flat. We don't have any problems in terms of that. If they overlap, if they are overlapping, then the posterior is driven by the prior. It's not a big problem, but like actually the posterior is driven by the by the data, not the prior. By the data, the prior has no role in identifying the distribution. In terms, this is actually in terms of the convergence. We are converting to a flattened, non-stationary distribution, which is the target distribution in terms of Bayesian analysis. Regarding the IRF, as we will see in the case of Egypt, as headline, as a food shock actually. 1 minute. As a food shock exists actually in the panel B, it will increase the headline inflation. Then central bank actually will react, and also this is like actually will squeeze output gap, and then over time it will lead the core. As you see, the red line for the Georgia, it was smooth. Why? Because of the effect of the expectation. It was smooth. They don't have like actually to raise interest rates drastically. Although the food transmission from the Phillips curve to the core inflation, it was higher in Georgia. But actually Georgia was able to mitigate this effect due to the forward expectations and managing those expectations ahead. Only because of that. Because in Egypt, it was like actually regulated prices, a regulated prices thing. So this, yes, okay. Just because in Egypt, because it is some of the food, it is regulated, then the pass-through effect from the food to core, it is lower. Although it is higher in Georgia, this pass-through effect is higher in Georgia. Georgia managed actually to have a smooth landing. We corroborated our results using shock decomposition. The pink is the contribution of the food cost to the core inflation in Egypt. Due to lack of credibility in the central bank, it is higher and it lingered for 10 quarters, whereas this is not present in the case of Georgia. To conclude, inflation targeting, we found that inflation targeting framework serves as buffer against external shocks, eliminating second round effects emanating from inflation persistency, avoiding real exchange rate overvaluation. Despite a spillover effect from food to non-inflation in Georgia, central bank in Georgia was able to eliminate and control and sidestep those steps, only given a higher credibility. That will actually says like the expectation channel is very fundamental in shaping the medium-term inflation. In the last talk for the new Fed government, he mentioned inflation expectation like around like 20 times in his speech. And finally, actually, the ability, although the credibility is a main established through the central bank independence, capacity, transparency, fiscal policy. The fiscal policy itself, if it doesn't follow a rule, if there is a fiscal dominance, then it will jeopardize the inflation targeting itself, because the central bank will not be able to set the optimal interest rate in order to target inflation. And this is the case because I think because after we have exhausted our fiscal space following the shock, this is a very contemporary thing. Regarding the US, the work of Bianchi, he said like actually in the US, because debt is not anymore perceived as sustainable, then the public actually is shifting their expectation regarding the expected inflation, because the central bank is either actually to inflate that debt or to monetize it, so it will shift the expectation in that. So fiscal policy matters, and this is like actually the call for the coordination between monetary policy and fiscal policy. Sorry for the delay, apologies for that. Thank you very much.
presentation. Floor is yours, and try to keep it in 20 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, good morning again, everybody. Where is the clicker? Perfect. So, good morning again, everybody. I would like to preface by thanking the organizers and Mohammed VI University for the opportunity to present our research. This is actually a good full circle for me because I'm one of the first graduates of this university under the deanship of Dean El Aynaoui. So, the first thank yous goes to the university for trusting me and giving me a chance to get here, and then to the organizers for giving us a chance to share this research, which is co-authored with Dr. Sami Ben Nasser and Dr. Abdelhamid Mustabshir from Hassan II University. And this is on a topic that I believe is too familiar to many of you in this room. You've probably been in a room at some point of your career where fiscal rules were discussed, debated, maybe recommended, or even criticized. But if it's not the case, then you've probably seen in the news that fiscal rules are back in the policy debate. And that's mainly given the conjunction of the compounding effects of recent shocks. The question is, today in the public debate, no longer whether rules impose formal limits, but whether they remain credible when the enforcement becomes harder. So this recent debate actually captures the same tension that motivates our research question. So do fiscal restraints actually demanded exactly at the same time where we need the fiscal space to react to increasing shocks and pressures? So rules are visible today because the enforcement problem is actually the most visible in public debates and for policymakers. So the motivation actually comes against a backdrop of an increased adoption of fiscal rules during the past 30 years. Here you can see, this is from the IMF famous data on fiscal rules. You can see that emerging and developing economies, which are the focus of our research, have increasingly adopted fiscal rules over the past 30 years, and mostly a balanced budget rule. But the red line, which is the most important thing around the design, is that they have increasingly also adopted with those a escape clause. And this is a very interesting design to fiscal rules, which is very specific to emerging and developing economies. So the puzzle here is, despite adoption of fiscal rules, despite them being widespread, the debt gap between rule adopters and non-adopters is neither uniform nor persistent. And we see that across the board during the full over 30-year period that we cover in our paper. The existing literature, however, or the existing evidence asks whether fiscal rule adoption improves fiscal performance on average. And we believe our main hypothesis in this research is that this question is incomplete when shocks alter market access and credit monitoring and stabilization is much needed. So rather, we argue that the research question that should be asked is, do fiscal rules still discipline fiscal policy when the enforcement environment is disrupted by culminating shocks? And here we take the recent examples of the increasing geopolitical risk, the sanctions. Of course, our panel here of emerging and developing economies will have the most concentration of sanctioned countries, and the rising global economic policy uncertainty. And this question comes down to three main questions of our research, and that's the first component is the dynamic effect of fiscal rules, so following them through times in emerging and developing economies. And do these rules depend on the integrity of the enforcement mechanism? So we try to develop a conceptual framework here that explains the enforcement mechanism and transmission, and which institutional design can preserve credibility. And I think this is the most important question to policymakers. So thus our contribution here is threefold. And if you were to just listen to me for this slide, this is the main conclusions of our research. The first one is that we shift the question from the average effect of adoption to the dynamic effectiveness of fiscal rules. And this has been covered by a recent paper by Fataz et al. In 2025, but we take this a step further by actually identifying the transmission or the enforcement mechanisms. And differentiate between a domestic enforcement mechanism, which is linked to the legal basis, fiscal councils, transparency, the reputation of the policymakers if they fear the cost is really high on their reputation to not respect the fiscal rule. And the second mechanism is an external enforcement, highly relevant for emerging and developing economies. And that it relates, as you know, to sovereign spreads, creditor monitoring, and market access. And our third contribution is that we link all of this debate and this literature to a growing literature on different shocks how do they activate the different fiscal channels? Namely, we find that the geopolitical shocks actually act as a constraining channel. The economic policy uncertainty act through a stabilization channel. And for sanctions, because they sever the external enforcement channel, they actually weaken or completely have null transmission for the external enforcement and leave only the internal enforcement channel. So this is the traditional literature. We start from a political economy model of fiscal deficits, the famous model of Alessina et al. Is lava. And then we build on this by relating it to this new literature or recent literature on rule design and institutional context of fiscal rules and fiscal policy. We also relate it to fiscal policy under crisis, the recent literature that has actually focused on what the procyclicity of fiscal policy, especially in emerging and developing countries where the fiscal response is dominant. And then we also draw from this growing literature on geopolitical risks and growing uncertainty. So this is our conceptual framework. Really, in a nutshell, what matters in our conceptual framework is this enforcement decomposition. So this lambda, it can be decomposed, like I said, to a domestic and an external channel. So the higher this vector is, the earlier the adjustment, the costlier it is for a policymaker to actually adjust their fiscal plan to adhere to a fiscal rule. And the lower it is, the slower the cost and the more they are actually incentivized to not respect the fiscal rule. And so we add to this constraint a couple more constraints, and those are the external shock constraints that the world is increasingly facing. The first one being geopolitical risk, and the second one being policy uncertainty. The main idea to keep here is that unlike the recent literature that tends to confound external shocks in one basket, we actually argue here and we prove and find that external shocks cannot be treated the same way. Geopolitical risk transmits differently to fiscal space or fiscal policy, whereas policy uncertainty transmits in a different way. And lastly, we also consider the case of sanctioned countries that are severed from the outside enforcement channel, like I said. So in a nutshell, here is just a summary of our hypotheses, which is what we are going to be looking at. We have 5 main hypotheses, but the most important, I think you should keep in mind, is the first one, is the conditional rule effectiveness. And this is the basis of our paper that we find is not efficiently covered sufficiently by literature, and the institutional design, which a lot of the recent actually papers or policy publications by the IMF have focused a lot on, and we believe that research should really look at the effectiveness or the effect of fiscal councils, how much they strengthen transparency and the fiscal space. So as you might have guessed, our main data comes from the IMF data, the famous paper by Dawoodi et al. On fiscal rules, and then also the IMF World Economic Outlook data. And then we draw for our data on geopolitical risk from the famous paper by Kadara in 2022, and then the sanctions and the famous also paper by Baker et al. For 2016. I'm sure I'm going to get a question on the geopolitical shock. How do we include it in our estimates? So this is why I included this slide. So basically what we take into consideration, we construct or we identify geopolitical risk shocks by actually estimating the residual between the sustained exposure to geopolitical shocks and the momentary exposure, because we know that most countries, emerging and developing countries, have chronic exposure to geopolitical risk, and we really want to take that one out of our estimates and only keep the shock proper or recent shock that we are estimating for each year. So we have a fixed effect for each country that absorbs the global episodes and really focuses on the exposure of each country and thus the transmission to the fiscal channel. So our main econometric approach actually uses local projections. And we condition our rule effectiveness by including some interactions based on the case of each country. And then we take actually advantage of a recent paper that introduces the estimator validation using targeted local projections. And what this paper basically suggests is that the closer it is, your estimator to 1, the more it validates that the use of local projections was the right choice. And in our specifications, we actually find that this estimator is between 0.98 and 1, so it's very close, which means that the choice of local projections was actually the right choice of estimation. All right, I'll move straight up to the results. This is the main table, but there's a lot of coefficients, interesting stuff here, but I want to draw your attention to the 2 highlighted lines. Those are the effects that we see between, so we actually look at the short term and medium term, even a little bit of a long term. We have 8 horizons because we want to look at the, let's say, the effect in time, the dynamic effect of these shocks on the fiscal space. So we find mainly that we prove our hypothesis that the severance of the external enforcement channel for sanctioned countries is actually one of the reasons why we don't see good results in their debt to GDP outcome. And this is a very important finding that we don't find in a lot of research that doesn't really focus on what happens to the fiscal space of sanctioned countries, mainly showing here that non-sanctioned countries actually benefit from the external exposure. Being exposed to international markets and having this priority of credibility actually serves as a very important mechanism of honoring your fiscal rules. Same, we find pretty much the same thing with our estimator validation. Okay, and the second important finding to keep in mind is that here we show that confining geopolitical risk with economic policy uncertainty as just being shocks or outside shock is actually not a good thing in the literature. We find that they have opposing effects. And this here, we summarize our results. So we can actually have 2 groups of results. Unconditional differences, these are all the effects that we find on most emerging and developing countries in our panel. But what matters here is the conditional estimates that we find. The first one being that rules amplify fiscal adjustment only when enforcement is really credible and when policymakers actually have a higher cost to pay if they don't enforce. Multiple and simultaneous rule types actually show stronger debt contraction after a geopolitical shock. And in a nutshell, rules do not create discipline, we argue, from scratch, but they are actually here to amplify what already exists as market exposure and institutional informant mechanism. And we validate this. Again, here we have an event study that we did on our data. In terms of institutional design, we find that fiscal councils actually increase the efficiency. Escape clauses should be designed very carefully. Having 2 flexible escape clauses actually threatens the credibility of the fiscal rule framework. And the last main result is that there is very important regional heterogeneity between emerging and developing economies. The good thing here is that for sub-Saharan Africa and MENA region countries in our panel, we show that they have a stronger debt-reducing response when they are respecting the fiscal rule compared to the other sub-regions we have in the panel. So that's it. In terms of policy implications that you might have guessed, there is a very important inclination to having the proper institutional design around fiscal rules in order to keep the fiscal space sustainable. Having fiscal rules just by themselves is not enough. They're not in of themselves institutions if the policymakers don't really have a higher cost to pay unless they respect them. That's that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Roberta, you have 10 long minutes to give us your view on the three papers.
I'll give an excellent discussion, which will mean short.
Okay.
So first of all, thank you to Jihad, the IMF colleagues, and the university for hosting me and for the opportunity to discuss this interesting paper. So essentially, we saw three papers, but I think there is one thread that makes them common. Giancarlo spoke about a shock from monetary policy, or we could think about the dollar appreciation, and how do the interest rates and under which condition you have more or less of an impact on economic activity. Nasser talked about a sort of price shock from food or from oil and how it lingers or doesn't, depending on the credibility of the central bank. And finally, Sarah talked about fiscal rules and the difference that there is from the Euro fiscal rule and having instead conditions that actually make the adjustment more costly. So there is a common thread across these papers. And if I could say, I think that the word of the day is credibility. I think it applies to the three of you, but it was also something that we heard from Madame Feta. So probably this would be the takeaway from the session from me. But let me go paper by paper very briefly, just to see what were some of the reflections that I had. So let me start with the paper of Giancarlo, Zeina, and co-authors. So what do they ask? They say, do exchange rate regimes actually insulate MENA, our region, and in a previous version, also Central Asia, from monetary shocks? What do they do? 19 countries, 35 years, local projections, and basically they estimate the impact over time of this shock. The answer is like relationships on Facebook. It's complicated. But the preliminary results are such that suggest that the typical conclusion of Mandel-Fleming, that flexible exchange rate insulate an economy, don't really hold. Now, since I had the privilege of looking at the first version of the paper with Central Asian countries and on the MENAP-only papers, which is the latest one that was presented, I feel like a little bit like Antonio yesterday. I saw how the tagine is made. And so let me get into the tagine and sort of try to think through this paper. Let me just say, this paper has a tremendous potential, and I see it more as a treatise than a paper because there's so much richness. You really look at all the different channels through which an economy can be impacted by a 0.5 point increase in the policy rate. However, when I looked at the two samples, I found mainly discordance on the effects. And yellow means mild discordance, and that's kind of salmon color means more discordance. I haven't even looked at all the outcomes that you look, but if I focus on the activity, we see a mild positive response in the larger sample and a persistent significant decline in the MENAP sample. So I figured this is a composition effect. Ta-da, I figured it out. You've taken out more flex exchange rate countries, it's just composition. But that was not the case. So here I just parsed out a couple of these impacts for fixed exchange rates, crawling pegs, and activities for the larger sample and the smaller sample. And in the smaller sample, which is our region, we see a massive drop. We see a drop in the three regimes, but much larger in flexible exchange rate. What is going on? It could be that it's the differential impact of institutions, which is much more powerful potentially in our region than in the larger sample. But here I was curious to see more. In the end, I think that the authors conclude with a sentence that is kind of difficult to disagree with. The benefits from full flexibilities are there, but provided the fiscal and monetary framework are effective. I'm a stick shift driver, so, this kind of felt like driving stick is better than going on automatic, but only if you're a good driver. I felt the paper is so rich that you can go a bit further. And these are where I would suggest that you do. On one hand, there is so much material that I see it's important to sort of tie it together, thread it together in an overall narrative that can really put you at what do we think now about Mandel Fleming? On the other hand, being somebody who knows these countries intimately by now, I was longing for an example of yes, this is what we saw in Egypt in 22, or this is what we saw in Egypt in 2016, or look at Saudi and how they kind of sort of went in lockstep with the US. So I think that there is potential to work on these two elements with clearly the acknowledgement that this is a major paper in the making and that you left no stone unturned. So great job. So this was for paper one where institutions, particularly in the form of credibility, matter a lot. But let's look at what Nasser, Salim, and Hugo put together. Just a quick summary. What was their question? Does inflation targeting make a material difference to inflationary dynamics in emerging economy? I'm paraphrasing. What do? QPM, neo-Keynesian economics. I had to dust out the Hamilton time series econometrics. But essentially, what they do is that they take two structurally similar economies, and I'm doing air quotes here, and they look at the diverging monetary framework that they have, and what they come up as a conclusion, Egypt was dramatically backward-looking, 95%, while Georgia was extraordinarily forward-looking and following the forward guidance of the central bank. I put those air quotes there because I wanted to know what you guys ate the night before you came up with the idea of this paper, because not in a million years I would have thought of Georgia as a counterfactual for Egypt. In a way, what you show is that the key elements that are relevant for pass-through, food imports, oil import percentages, countries from where these two countries import are similar. But there are so many other things that are different. And it's kind of difficult. And here I just plotted some worldwide governance indicators just to give you a sense that at some point around the beginning of the 2000s, these countries diverged dramatically in terms of all indicators that have to do with institutions. So I kind of intuitively believe that it's the credibility of the central bank that really matters. But how can you claim that the credibility is orthogonal to all these other measures of institutions? So in sum, what I really liked is that you kind of show that it's possible to build credibility, and that's the case of Georgia, even when you start from a fiscal position that is not exactly solid. What I would have liked to see is to move it from these two countries, which are two unlikely partners for this comparison, to more countries. And in a way, I felt you have a great setup to quantify how much credibility dampens the cost of this inflation. That was kind of like an opportunity that if I were a co-author with you, I would definitely seize. I think Nasser spoke briefly about this at the end, but to me, when I think about Egypt and the central bank, I cannot not think about fiscal dominance. It's kind of like an afterthought in the paper, but I think it needs to be featured more prominently because it's something that for sure had a role. Let me conclude with the third paper that Sarah presented so effectively. So the question, do fiscal rules deliver the discipline that we kind of expect them to deliver in front of geopolitical shocks and economic policy uncertainty? Local projection panel, 60 emerging and developing economies, 35 years, state-of-the-art econometric. what do they find? A variety of outcomes. First of all, and I don't know that Sarah highlighted this enough, is that these fiscal rules are endogenous to the situation of this country. So if you just compare countries with and without, you could find something counterintuitive, because these countries that are in worse conditions that put on fiscal rules. So that I thought was like numero uno. Numero due, and I don't know why I'm switching to Italian, I guess I feel home. It was that geopolitical force fiscal contraction. And that is very important. So how does it do it? It sort of travels through the risk premia that increases. Now, you presented and you explain in the paper a model, and probably my qualm about all of that is that the model exemplifies the story, but it doesn't really motivate it. So there's not like a decisions agent behind that model. It's just something that helps us understand, what we're talking about. So if I were to say where I would like you to go is to do a couple of things. First of all, either fully develop the model or just put it in the appendix. It didn't do very much for me because the empirical results stood on their own. The second, which I didn't fully get from the paper, but we can have a side conversation, is that the global policy risk is something that you can measure at the country level, while the economic policy uncertainty felt measured globally, kind of like, Liberation Day type of thing. And I couldn't understand whether we were talking about different types of uncertainties or different scope of these uncertainties in the paper. And as always, some contextualization, something like Jordan has a fiscal council, or we have fiscal rules in this country, and that country would help the reader to really make it concrete. But overall was an excellent paper, one that didn't ask if fiscal rule works, but they ask under which conditions. And it really sort of puts the emphasis on market discipline that really matters. So these three papers talked about institutions. They focused on credibility. And I think these are the right questions to ask for our region. The next question will be, how do we get there? But I guess this is lunchtime, so I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Roberta. Thank you to all of you. What I propose is to go directly to Q&A right now, and we will go for first round of questions, and you will have time to answer questions and also to react to Roberta if you want. But since I'm the moderator, I will allow myself to take advantage of this position and be the first to ask questions. I have two questions. One is just, I saw the first and the third papers. You consider the period 1990 to 2025, 23. I mean, it's a long period, and maybe the dynamics in this long period is not are changing. I mean, I would expect you to consider some periods, whether the conclusions hold for some periods. So this is my first question. The second question is quite provocative to Giancarlo. As you know, IMF is advising its member countries on exchange rate regimes, and the message is always the same: flexibility, flexibility. Now, in light of your conclusions, what would you advise IMF on its advice to its member countries? Thank you. So these are my questions. Let's take 2 or 3 questions. Yes, and then get back to you. Yes.
Thank you. So for Giancarlo, I hypothesize that the countries in your sample with high levels of exchange rate variability have high inherited rates of inflation. Turkey, Iran, or are under IMF programs already. Egypt in the 2020s. If you control for that inheritance, I conjecture that the effects of the exchange rate regime and central bank independence go away. For Sarah, I think the conclusions of the paper are convincing and exactly right in terms of their emphasis on the need for the right kind of escape clause, the need for the right kind of monitoring mechanisms through fiscal councils. I was a little bit surprised that as a measure of the presence or absence of the external constraint, you use sanctions and not market access, which would be a more general measure.
Thank you for nice presentation. My question is to Giancarlo, because in one of the panels, you have shown that under flexible exchange rate, there is not much impact on FX reserves. But as so far in the lower panel, when we focused on the NFA of the banking sector, that has come down significantly. So what were the channel behind that? That's one thing. Second, a related point is how the impact would change if the countries have different level of external buffer to begin with, because exchange rate is one part and external buffers plays another important role. Thank you.
The last one for this first round.
Also a question for Giancarlo on the results. So it seems like the expenditure switching channel does not work as effectively, or it gets offset by other factors. And that explains the negative impact on output or activity. So if those other factors include, for example, the credit channel, because there is a response by the interest rate, in the MENA region, this is a weak channel. It doesn't operate as we would expect it to. And there are various reasons for that. So then the question, I guess, goes back to what Roberta mentioned, on trying to maybe spend some more time explaining these results and in more grounded way to the MENA region.
Thank you. Maybe let's get the answers from you. Giancarlo, you want to react first?
Maybe starting with the last one. The fact that the central bank may not activate much the credit channel does not mean that the credit conditions do not respond very strongly to external shocks. So what we show here is that regardless of the effectiveness of the central bank to control the credit channel, the credit condition react to external shocks. So we need to be careful. I don't know what they are. So this is the result. Let me take the difficult question, advising Jihad about exchange rate flexibility. I 100% on the use of all instruments and all margin of adjustment, because this is what we want to do as policymakers, right? The question that we have there is the fact that the exchange rate is a margin of adjustment and is at the same time good to buffer some shock. It can be the source of variability, destabilizing effect, because there is a lot of noise trading. We know that. So this is the fine rope that we walk. So you see from the data that the direction of using, remember here we have a de facto classification. So what we see in sample variability, we call it crawling or we call it flexibility. So what you see that clearly there is an improvement in the trade-off going from fixed to flexible. Now, again, there is an issue here that the exchange rate regimes are endogenous. So there must be a reason to use one or the other. And so we have an improvement with flexibility, with going more flexible. When we go fully flexible, there is lots of, when we call fully flexible, lots of variability. There's a lot of things going on there. The direction is that more credibility makes the trade-off less adverse. Now, to Roberta, I usually take many years to write papers because I plunge in complexity before getting the simplicity. I like the simplicity that comes out of the complexity. And this is one of the most complex papers I ever read. And I did it enthusiastically, also thanks to Zeina, because there is lessons in heterogeneity. The heterogeneity, however, can also kill you. So the question at this point, we are trying to do a model that the IMF can use to sort of extract the effect of the shock, and it comes on the external buffer question. Clearly, this is one of the stuff that we are adding, and there are reasons also why the FX result do not go into NFA, also linked to the external asset evaluation. The last thing I want to say is something on the, where is it? The fact that, to Barry, we checked that actually, checking for IMF program and persistent inflation is important, but they don't kill the result. In a way that they explain it. They show that basically they play a role, but it's not what drives the result. It's not the IMF program. One thing that is clearly different when we put the IMF program is the response of the policy rate, because sometimes the IMF program comes with a requirement of hiking, but that's the only variable that really changes.
That's what you want to guess. Just regarding the point that raised by Roberta, regarding the credibility, it's not limited to the central bank credibility, it is the institution credibility. It is related also to legal institution, it is related to economic institution, to statistical institution. Otherwise, central bank will not be able to achieve its credibility in terms of forecasting. If the forecasting is not accurate because of the statistics is not good, then this is just an example regarding that. So we're referring to the institutional credibility. The other thing regarding the comparing that the two countries, we tried like just to make it like comparable in terms of starting point, so that let's say like actually a big economy, let's say like in the States, or let's say in Japan, they have like actually up to more than 50% of the imports, so they are more vulnerable to those shocks than a country that has like actually only 5 or 10% because of the characteristics of the economy in that sense. So this is why we're putting those tables. It does not assert that they are the same in terms of structure. So just a point regarding that. Thank you very much for your notes.
Really quickly. So I think it's your question or your remark on isolating periods. It's quite important. Of course, because the period is very long, then we are moving from the great moderation into the great fragmentation of the world. So I think it's very valid, but we, in our considered panel, we actually, because we included the geopolitical risk and economic uncertainty, we just considered that these are quite the artifacts of the change that has happened over that period. So it's already quite captured. But I think it's a valid point, and we will try to actually see if there are differences in our sensitivity checks. And I think the same thing we can do for sensitivity checks about the market access. It's a very valid point. We did assume that it was already captured in the measures, but we could try to isolate it and see if the market access per se is very distinct. The sanctions actually came with the territory of looking at geopolitical risk. So that's why we isolated that effect and we looked at it on its own. And lastly, actually, all the comments that Roberta raised are quite valid, and I think we are definitely... so the first one on the model, for the interest of submitting to the conference, we didn't have the time to develop it enough, but we were actually working on full-fledged, and we'll definitely now include it. You give us the motivation to include it in the appendix. And then, yes, of course, for EPU, we found it really hard to find country-specific or how to develop the country-specific economic policy uncertainty. There isn't really a measure that is available out there. For the purpose of a 60-country panel, we couldn't develop it ourselves, but it's worth the endeavor. It's worth us doing a trying to isolate the country-specific policy uncertainty and how it's affecting really our results.
Good. We still have time for one or two questions. Yes. Here it is.
I have a question for Sarah. I was wondering, so one, I guess, suggestion, one question. So have you looked at the impact of medium-term fiscal frameworks? So they they found to enhance credibility of fiscal rules. So in addition to the fiscal council, so that's something that might actually improve effectiveness. And another question actually inspired by Giancarlo's paper, given that you're looking at the global uncertainty, so external shocks, maybe splitting the sample for fixed versus flexible exchange rates may also produce a different result. So I'm just wondering if the exchange rate regime affects your results and how. Thank you.
One more question, yes?
Thank you so much. My question is actually for Professor Giancarlo. It's about the insulation puzzle. Could it be driven more by financial integration than by exchange rate regime? Have you considered interacting exchange rate regimes with financial markets, with financial market debt, capital account openness, or dollarization? Thank you.
Okay, one last question. The last question.
I just wanted to follow up on the point that Coralie made, which I think is an excellent one, but just build a bridge as well between what Nasser was saying and what you were saying. I think, and Roberta alluded to it, the part about the role of fiscal council, transparent monitoring and forecasting to me is excellent. And I think operational capacity behind the implementation of fiscal rule is perhaps something that you could have gone into a little bit more. And it built into what Nasser said, the role of institutions, so legal, statistics, etc. A fiscal rule is as good as it gets when you have the operational capacity to implement it. And this is something that I felt your paper could have maybe delved a little bit into more. Thank you.
Sarah, you want to react?
These are really nice suggestions. So these are really nice suggestions about the design or the institutions that surround fiscal rules. For the medium-term fiscal framework, we simply didn't look at it out of the length of the elements that we were trying to look at. But that's a great suggestion. Actually, with your suggestion as well, it would be great to have like a separate section on just simply looking at the different designs or mix of designs of institutions. So transparency frameworks, fiscal councils, what does it entail to have a fiscal council? Is the recommendations of the fiscal council even taken into consideration when by the government when those fiscal councils exist? So those are great recommendations. We'll try to include them as much as the paper space actually allows, because it's already a very lengthy framework. But thank you so much.
So a common friend of Barry and mine used to say, tell me an exercise, I haven't done it. We've done that. So I was showing you some of the aspects. So I want to make two comments. The first one, this is not a problem only for the region. We have actually a lot of evidence that I've done for other regions in which this kind of paradoxes or puzzles come up, which makes us think a little bit about what will be the future where these shocks are going to be more intensive, more sought for by the US, for example, just to destabilize the world and remain central. And this is one answer. We need to sort of be prepared and think about where is the root of these puzzles of insulation. The second thing is that all this discussion comes to a very simple thing that I now switch my hat to Andres Velasco. If you look at the last 30 years, we had an evolution of economic constitutions very, very clearly. So we went to an economic constitution where there was strict separation across authorities and almost very little thinking about the financial market. The crisis comes, and here comes an economic constitution where supervision regulation becomes strictly integrated with monetary and fiscal policy. Now we have an economic constitution that is weighting the hammer of politics that is sort of questioning everything. And it's questioning everything because the central power creating these institutions is basically sending shockwaves everywhere. So we have an economic constitution where the fiscal is vastly limited or out of control. In this situation, there is an inner plumbing that makes the life of a central banker extremely difficult and away from inflation targeting. They become extremely political animal because on the one hand, they have to do with banks, with the non-banking institution, and on the other hand, they need to meet in the garage with the fiscal and say, how do we keep the sovereign debt stable? Keeping the sovereign debt market stable is one of the most difficult tasks for the central bank because you are playing with fire. You need to intervene to keep the sovereign debt stable. But when you intervene, you send strange signals, right? Because you are guaranteeing the face value of that. So all this discussion about fiscal inflation, the US, fiscal dominance comes out of that. So this is a new world. Many of the countries in the world know this. We never solved the issue of the inner plumbing completely. But in the inner plumbing is the challenge of the economic constitution of the next few decades, because nobody can sort of withdraw. Sorry for this parenthesis, but I think this also what motivates our analysis. I talk about one variable, not the change rate, but in practice, I'm trying really hard to understand what would be what I call jokingly sustainable dominance. So how do we keep things together? This, I think, is where we are going. And the work by Sarah, and they're sort of bringing, not like a fiscal council or fiscal rule. I never been a credibility. I'm not credible when I talk about credibility because I don't know what it is. In the sense, it's a very dynamic and political object. Can be done. There are constitutions that are more helpful, constitutions that are not helpful. I would still, by the way, say that pushing for flexibility is good, but again, under adult supervision, let me put this way.
Good. Allow me, Mohammed, just to
1 minute.
Just to comment on what Giancarlo is saying and related to our paper. And I'm gonna just repeat a statement made yesterday by Professor Velasco. He said clearly, a policy to be effective has to be credible, and to be credible, it should be there for some times, right? So credibility for us is that experience that happened over a long period that is entrenched in the mindset of the people and they adopt it. Your economic rational agent is kind of forward-looking, model consistent, adopting it. Now, just to go back to that exchange rate regime, in my capacity as vice governor, today we're working closely with the IMF and hopefully finalizing a program in which we're gonna do a complete reform of the financial sector and the institutional architecture of the country. The question, the critical juncture at which we're working now is, what is the most adequate exchange rate regime for the country to regain that credibility that we've lost, or that reputation and the trust we've lost during the last years? And for that, the question is, looking at the inflation targeting regime, can we learn lessons? Are the lessons that we have from other countries transferable to our country, to our context? And what are the conditions under which we can succeed with the inflation targeting and stabilizing prices in the long run? And from that perspective, the two prerequisites that we mention in the paper is to have that commitment from the central bank in terms of people, models, data, the of accuracy of the models that we're dealing with, and the commitment from the fiscal framework, the institution, in terms of having a fiscal discipline. When you put all those together, you're able to have a long-term story that could come out with a flexible exchange rate that is viable. Now, to answer, sorry for that, but to answer the question related to the choice of the two countries, you know, researchers are limited by data, and we need to have comparable countries in terms of structure of imports, in terms of CPI structure, and for which we have long-term data. So unfortunately, the two countries we were able to find, and these are the only two countries we were able to find, were Egypt and Georgia. And we have to say that Georgia, since 2009, has done a marvelous job in controlling its fiscal and in managing the inflation.
Good. So to show that I'm credible, I will not allow myself to conclude, and I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you to all our speakers for those insightful contributions. Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to the conclusion of our program. And for the closing remarks, please welcome Mr. Jihad Azour.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We come to the end of these 2 days plus one for this MENA Research Conference. And I want to begin by expressing our great appreciation to Karim and to the university and to the great city of Rabat for hosting us. Karim, thank you very, very much. Thank you for your hospitality. Thank you for also for the great partnership between your university and the fund. Last year, we were in Cairo. And in fact, it was the proof of concept. We tried something. And in fact, the premise or the objective was how to bring together policymakers, researchers from the region and also international to think about issues that are relevant to the region, a region that is part of the world. Therefore, what matters to the region is also to learn from what other countries are doing or other geographies are doing, but also to link research with policymaking. And last year was the initiation. I think this year is the proof of concept. And I'm glad to see that we had a very rich discussion that was made very interesting based on the very good quality of work that some of the young researchers provided to us. And I'm really pleased to see the talents and the enthusiasm of those researchers to participate and also to present. I'm very glad. I would like to also thank those who were with us. I would like to thank Barry, who started with us this journey, and he believed in us. And then we are continuing the journey together. Very, very much glad to have you. Every year you come and you bring very insightful views. We came to this conference this year with a lot of uncertainties, a cloud that was, I would say, overwhelming our discussions. A cloud of the recent shock that created a lot of tensions and also revealed a certain number of fault lines, but also showed that there are certain level of resilience that we did not perceive. A crisis like no other type of crisis, where we had a combined shocks that we did not see over the last 100 years. And yet the region, with all the challenges, was able to show resilience. And then when you will see the update of the outlook, you see that the region, despite all these shocks, is faring relatively well. And I think this is an issue that we will discuss next year. What explains the resilience of this region? In the second element, we have been always considering that MENA is different. No, MENA is not different. MENA is part of the world. MENA is integrated in the world. And MENA is facing the same issues that other countries are facing. And I'm glad that someone who, or many who came from different geographies, when they were talking about their experience, they were somehow talking about the experience of MENA. Clearly, the fragmented world is something that we in the region have to deal with. It's not only a question of how to adjust, but also how to thrive. I think this is something that also we need to work on. Those new frameworks that are created out of trade tensions, created out of polarization of policies, could be also opportunities. We saw yesterday in the session on trade that it doesn't mean that if you are a connector and you are not part of a big bloc, that you cannot find your way. And I think what the minister, in answering the questions this morning, showed how Morocco has succeeded. A country in the region faced with several issues, including climate issues, how over the last 2 decades, a country like Morocco succeeded in both implementing reforms but also keeping the discipline. The session on AI was very interesting. And I would like to have a small parenthesis. We have a paper that is going to be published very soon. In fact, it was ready to be published during the spring meetings, but because of the conflict, we delayed it. But it will also provide additional elements to the very interesting discussion we had yesterday on AI. Yes, AI is part of our life. Yes, when you go to certain countries, AI is not only part of the life, but really AI is being put at use. I don't know for those who have visited the Gulf. I was during the war visiting the Gulf. And I can attest that the way they are using AI is far more advanced than the way we use AI. In one of the countries, they have already a minister, an AI minister, not a minister for AI. That during the war, they have decided that 50% of all government transactions should be done by agent. Therefore, we are far more advanced, but at the same time, like we have in the region, always a tale of two cities. We have the best and the worst, the most sophisticated and the most rudimentary. Therefore, we need to look at those issues. But again, we need to look at those issues with the lens of progress, but also the lens of inclusion. We have been studying trade and how trade can bring growth. We have been working on inclusion for years, how we can create jobs. I think we have succeeded, and thanks to some of the young generation analysis, but it's still an equation that we need to fix. And I think we made some progress, but we are still need to do more. And this is an area where I think also we need to work on, but the discussion that we had yesterday was extremely useful. The last discussion, I'm not going to dwell on the excellent discussion we have on the policy issues, and thank you, Rania and the others who were in the panel to show how, the reality is also something that is built on fundamentals. But the last one, the one on the policy, fiscal and monetary policy, and I go back to the Tagine theory of that now you have a new theory. A tagine cannot work without good ingredients. Policies, you could have a tagine, a fish tagine or beef tagine or chicken tagine, but it has to have the right ingredients. Without the right ingredients, it's impossible to have a tagine. A tagine cannot succeed if you don't have the right cook. Therefore, policy making is also about the policy makers. And if you don't have strong institutions and strong quality of decision making, it's very difficult to succeed the tagine. But also the tagine needs to have the right sensors, because if you put it more than the time you need, you could, have a burnt tagine. Therefore, also information is very important. Therefore, the theory of tagine is also something that even if you come from different backgrounds in terms of how your economy is structured, still, policies are very important because, again, here you have a tale of two cities. You could have oil exporting countries, some with the same level of oil export. Some are performing extremely well, very good economic and social conditions, high level of buffers, high level of reserves, modern infrastructure, and similar countries in the similar geography, speaking the same language, drawing on the same oil, but with very weak fundamentals. And this crisis showed us the difference between countries. You could be in the same geography, you could be in the same economic infrastructure, but have two different performance. Therefore, we need to ask the question, why? And I think this is also something that we need to reflect on. Some of the work that we are and others are doing at the fund. Therefore, it's very important to understand that good quality of policies is important not because you are poor or your economy is challenged. Even if you are a very wealthy, rich economy, policies still matter, and policymakers are important. And the credibility of policies are, of course, made around people, but also made around institutions. and the institutional continuity of reform is something that is very important. Therefore, yes, doing a tagine is easy on paper, and maybe sometimes people tell us, yes, your recipe for tagine is easy, okay, but on the ground it's not working. And again, I think it doesn't take only a recipe to succeed at tagine. You need to have more than that. At the end, you need people to eat this tagine. And this is what it's about in this conference. We have different ingredients. We have policymakers, we have researchers, we have young minds, we have people who have gained a lot of experience, and I think this mix is the right mix. Our role is a catalyst. We don't want to pretend to be more than that. We want only to be a one small element in this transformation because we believe in this transformation. And we believe also that we have a responsibility as institutions like others to support. Let me conclude by one of my more important messages is to thank the people who are behind this success. The 3 R's. The first R is research, represented by Antonio. Antonio, thank you very much for your contribution. The second R is RSD, and the team in MCD that has worked on that. And the third R is the Riyadh office, which is a strong partner for you guys with METAC and with CEF, the TA and training center that we have in Kuwait. Those 3 R's with Rabat from the 4 R's that made this success. I would like to thank them wholeheartedly. They put a lot of effort, a lot of work, but they did it with such enthusiasm that you don't feel that it took a lot of time, a lot of work to organize this conference. What next? I think what next, in my discussion with the young scholars this morning, I discovered that what is missing is information. I think there is a lot of things that exist that because of lack of communication, we don't know about them. I think the first issue we need to do is start by creating opportunities through information. We have a lot of things that can be made available, and we have a lot of needs that can be fulfilled by the talents that are here in the room and in the region. We need to provide more information. The second, we need next year to find a place for this conference. Therefore, whoever has an interest, please share with us. We will be reaching out to the countries to see who would be interested. And we need to formalize further our advisory group. Last year, we worked with American University of Cairo. This year, we are working with Mohammed VI Polytechnic Universities. They are our 2 partners in our advisory board. We need to have more universities to become the group of universities who will lead this initiative. We need also to bring others. I think we need to do more in terms of bringing scholars, experts in think tanks, but also the bridge between the region and the rest of the world can benefit from scholars also from other parts of the world, from Asian universities, African universities. Therefore, I think we need also to see how we can make this discussion more vibrant. Again, I would like to extend my gratitude and the gratitude of my team to all of you who made it in Rabat. Thank you very much for your ideas, your contribution, your enthusiasm, and we look forward for meeting you next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Azour, for this inspiring closing remarks. Now, please, before leaving, please join us for a group photo outside the room.